All right, good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Friday. Happy Friday. It is feeling good outside, June 27th. When I say feeling good, I mean, it's a relative term, right? I mean, there it is. There's a picture from our high five camera outside of our studios here at 1960 Union Avenue. 76 degrees, okay? So it's a slightly lower out there, but here's the thing. To me, I noticed a big difference when it came to the humidity. Let's check in with meteorologist Patrick Ellis to get more in depth on that humidity levels, the temperature, and what to expect this weekend. Good morning, Patrick.
Morning, Andrew. Of course, today, yeah, a little click, and when I say click, it's not that much. It's bad that it's just the slightest little drop that has made you so excited, but I mean, it's minute. But it is something, I will say that. It has helped us out here across the Mid-South as we've gone through the last 24 hours, and the reason why, again, why we haven't seen that much in the way of rain and storm activity. It actually helped out a little bit on our temperatures as well. And actually, these clouds that you see out here this morning are coming by way of decaying batch of showers and thunderstorms off to the east. Now, eventually we'll see some sunshine coming back into the fold, but at least this morning to start off, maybe a little bit murky, but no rain coming from these. These are really high level clouds. I mean, that's just giving you some indication that there is moisture. It's just upper level moisture that's a little bit more prevalent here this morning than lower level. Temperatures are in the 70s as you're starting off today, 76 here in Memphis. Now, if you remember yesterday, we were starting off in the mid 80s or lower 80s yesterday morning. Not the case this morning, at least. Again, just the slightest little click downward in our humidity levels. And when I say slight, I really mean like 1 or 2 degrees in dew points. It helps out just ever so slightly, and it helps out, you know, when it comes down to things. And that's also helping out on the field site temperatures not going to like 110. So that's nice too. Mixture of clouds and sunshine here today. Temperatures topping out in mid-90s, a chance for a shower or thunderstorm. And again, feeling closer to 103, 104, 105, not 110. But there's still a chance for a spotty downpour. I think, again, today's coverage more spotty in nature, randomly placed, randomly timed. So if you catch a downpour, consider yourself lucky. If you don't, you might have a little better chance to catch one as we head towards the upcoming weekend. Heading to Freedom Fest over at Tilden Rogers Park. We got a lot of stuff going on this weekend, actually. Willie Nelson's over at the Radiance Amphitheater this evening. We've also got this going on in West Memphis here tonight. We've got the Memphis Family Fun Park extravaganza as well. We've got a lot of stuff going on. And I think tonight, we're in good shape. No problems. Maybe a stray shower in 1 or 2 instances here if you're going over to Tilden Rogers Park again for the fireworks display and all that coming up tonight around sunset. Sunset tonight, 8:18 in the evening. 87 by 5, dropping off to the mid-80s by 7, and then lower 80s by 9 o'clock. 75 when you wake up early tomorrow morning. I'm going to keep a mention of a shower in the forecast for tonight. Best chances may be north of I-40. Partly clear otherwise. Southerly breezes coming in 5 to 10 miles per hour. Now, when you look at it, again, tomorrow the chances for rain around 30% or so. 40% rain chances coming up on Sunday. It's not a washout of a weekend by any stretch, but I definitely think that there will be better chances for rain and storms to come back into the fold as we head through parts of your weekend, not the entire weekend. And it's because of this ridge of high pressure that has been in control of the weather pattern over the last couple of days, the last week or so, really. It starts to move off to the east, moving off of the Atlantic coastline. And once that happens, it kind of opens us up to Gulf moisture moving back into the fold, and some small scale disturbances helping to facilitate the opportunities as well. So a few spotty downpours a possibility as we head through the course of the afternoon and early evening. A lot of them will fall apart pretty quickly after sunset. This is, again, a more standard fare for this upcoming weekend, which will feature better chances for rain and storms that may have a little bit more staying power. But today, at least, more of your standard fare type of situation. We'll start off tomorrow morning without much fanfare. Temperatures in the 70s. Again, high and mid-level clouds streaking across the skies. For some of you, some downpours may be a bit more prevalent than others. It's not going to be for everybody, but you know, a couple of spots may have downpours that are a little bit more persistent than other places where it may stay completely dry. So this is that time of the year where, you know, your neighbor may end up with enough rain to water their lawn for a week or so, and then you're sitting there and you still have dry, crunchy grass. and you got to run the sprinkler. So, you know, it just depends on the day, because there's a weak boundary that's going to be working its way across the Ohio River Valley. That may help to spark a few more shower and storm opportunities. And notice again, it's not everywhere and not every moment in time that we're talking about those showers and storms, but they may have a little staying power even into your Saturday afternoon and early evening. A few more showers and storms could redevelop as we head towards Sunday. Again, that front nearby. And this particular model suggests that there's a batch of storms that flares up and becomes more of a flood risk during the late morning, early afternoon as the front sags a little farther down to the south heading into your Sunday. Now, this will all be highly dependent on the placement of a front that will sluggishly work its way down towards the south the next couple of days. I want you to stay weather aware with this every time and anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. When we look ahead to our First Alert Futurecast, and again, each day is going to feature a mixture of clouds and sunshine, and each day will feature a chance for a shower or thunderstorm, and some days may be a little bit better than others. Hey, we'll take it. We need a little bit of rainfall at this point. It's been about a week since we've seen some widespread rainfall. I think this is still scattered about. It's not going to be everybody seeing the wet weather at the same time, but at least some scattered activity here and there as we go through the course of the next few days, including for Tuesday. Wednesday, the coverage may come down just a little bit, and temperatures may also come down as well. Now, look at it. You know, we've been stuck in the mid-90s the last couple of days. I think we start to get to a point to where the mid-90s start to falter, and that will start maybe as early as tomorrow. Right now we got a 94. It may be ending up in some spots closer to 90, depending on where you are. And I think the same thing on Sunday as we start to see more clouds and rain chances coming back into the fold. That will continue off and on with rain chances as we head towards early next week. That front comes sweeping through the area. By Wednesday, the chances for rain a little bit lower. I think Thursday also a little bit lower as the ridge starts to reassert itself. And as it does so, that's when the heat starts to crank up. I know we got several fireworks displays going on. I know the city of Memphis is doing theirs next Thursday. The city of Bartlett's doing theirs next Thursday as well. So again, you're going to have several fireworks displays going on next Thursday. We're hopeful that the weather will cooperate with us. And yeah, back to the low 90s. That's right on par for average. 4th of July itself to the mid 90s. And yes, that ridge reasserting itself, at least as we head towards the first full weekend of the month of July.
So later in the week there towards the end, Patrick, are we going to feel the difference when it's like Wednesday and Thursday on that graphic where it says 90 and 92? Are we going to feel the difference?
You would, just because we're going to have lower humidity. I mean, like you said, you know, just the last 2 days, we've gone from lows in the mid and upper 70s to just the mid 70s. And you notice a difference. I think that there will be at least somewhat of a noticeable difference by the time we head towards this time frame. There's some indications that we would have some spots in the upper 60s for lows as we head towards mid next week. So that will give you some indication that, yes, some drier air is trying to sneak in here. The question mark is, does it? Because I will tell you, with the experience of living in the South all my life, is that these fronts this time of the year have a tendency to get somewhere, stall out, and they don't want to go anywhere. And they don't completely clear the board. If this front can get down to the Gulf Coast, we'll be in good shape. I think that we'll have some northerly winds coming in here that will dry out the column. It will bring us some lower humidity. That will be nice. It's not, off the charts low humidity, but it's something. It's definitely something. It will be more comfortable than what you're seeing right now. So it's possible, theoretical, but climatology says, that front's probably going to hang up closer to I-20 or I-40 at some point in time and probably keep rain chances a little bit higher. And I think that that's why, when we look at the forecast, I went ahead and kept the rain chance a little bit more elevated for Wednesday because of that very reason, is that the front sluggishly working its way down to the south. It's either going to completely clear the board or it's going to stop and it's going to have to wash out. And that's the question mark here as we head through the next couple of days. So you do see the rain chances increasing and eventually a drop in humidity, and you can tell that in the overnight low temperature. So I do believe that, yes, it's not this necessarily, the 90. It's the overnight lows that give you some indication that, yes, there's some drier air that's trying to get in here. The hope is that it will get in here. And for some of you, 72, that's too warm. Some of you will be in the upper 60s if the front can make its way all the way down to the Gulf Coast.
Okay, we will wait and see. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis starting us off on a Friday. Patrick, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, and now let's take a look from our High Five camera. As you can see there in Midtown Memphis, outside of our studios at 1960 Union Avenue, 10 minutes after 7 o'clock, towards downtown Memphis. In this picture, you can see some clouds out there. Of course, we're going to be talking a lot about the forecast, not just for today, but for the weekend and into next week. Certainly something that we're watching here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Okay, I want to get to some of the interviews we have scheduled for later this morning here on the digital desk. We have an interview about hydration, and you would think, okay, hydration, basically we need to drink more water. Done. Next. Well, there's a lot more to it, okay? There are all kinds of supplements out there. Perhaps you've seen them at the grocery store or other areas where you shop. You see these electrolyte supplements that you add to water. Well, which one is best? Which one's a bunch of sugar? Which one should you just stay away from? We're going to be talking with a local fitness trainer about the best ways to hydrate when it comes to water, when it comes to electrolytes and beyond. And of course, in this Memphis summer heat, you're going to want to make sure you stay tuned for that. We're also going to be talking with Memphis employment law attorney Alan Crone. He is someone that's been in business here in the Memphis area for many years. He's going to be talking about the change coming up next week when it comes to the Tennessee Human Rights Commission. We're going to be talking with him about that. We're also going to be talking with our friends at La Prensa Latina. We check in with them every Friday morning to see what's happening at the Memphis area's largest bilingual newspaper in Memphis and the Mid-South. Before we get to some of those interviews, we're going to take another live look from our High Five camera here, as you can see there in Midtown Memphis. I want to show you our new downtown High Five camera and its location. Check this out. This is over by the one of the condos there on kind of the northern or the southern area of the Memphis, over by the old bridge. And you can see the skyline, you can see the pyramid there, and the I-40 bridge, the Mississippi River, Tom Lee Park there to the lower left-hand corner. Just a great shot on this Friday morning, 12 minutes after 7, 76 degrees. We are back in 1 minute on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Families are making plans already for, summer travel season. I mean, there are times where we just need to get out of town, okay? We don't care how much it costs, but we should care how much it costs. And we want to maximize our dollars for a great road trip. And that seems to be what a lot of families are doing. They're choosing cars over planes because, hey, look, it's more affordable. And if you plan ahead and you take the right small steps, it can make a huge, huge difference. So on the Action News 5 digital desk, I want to bring in my next guest here, Joe Saul of Sehi. He is joining us. He is someone who is a personal finance expert to talk about ways that we can maximize our travel dollars for our road trip this summer. Joe, good morning to you. So first off, let's talk a little bit about those summer road trips, why people are taking them, and how to best maximize our dollar. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We're all seeing it in our wallet, right? Since the pandemic, a recent national study showed that prices are up about 15% when it comes to travel. Restaurants alone, if you've been in any local restaurant, you already know what I'm talking about. Restaurants up 30%. So this year, it looks like, by the way, that airline prices are flat. But if you remember before the pandemic, a lot of the time we didn't have to pay extra to pick the seat we're sitting in. We didn't have to pay extra for baggage fees. across the board now, if we're not sitting basic economy, really add up whether we're going alone or with a family. So I think that's why this year a lot of families are like, what's in my backyard, or how do I hit the road to maybe have some comfortable travel and see some of Americana that I hadn't seen before?
Yeah, I love it. Those road trips can be a lot of fun with the whole family piled in. So let's talk about ways to make sure we don't overspend. And I know a lot of that has to deal with kind of planning ahead, right, Joe?
Oh, sure. And you know what? I'll give you some hacks on both sides. First of all, on planning. I don't like over planning, number one. I'm a planner by nature as a finance guy, right? In my podcast, Stacking Benjamins, we talk about planning. But when you overplan, you suck all the fun out of vacation. We're not the Griswolds. We don't want to do that. So I got this 2-thing rule. We're going to plan a couple things, and I'll give you a couple websites. Love TripAdvisor. If I'm going into that restaurant with restaurant prices up, I want to make sure it's worth it. So we'll find someplace quirky. I get to look at the menu ahead of time so my family knows what they're getting into. And you know what? TripAdvisor is a place where locals have talked about the restaurant. So I can go in and I can read the reviews ahead of time to make restaurants a good experience if I'm going. But also, if I'm on the road trip, I can pack snacks and I can maybe cook. I'm in this beautiful metro park here. If we just look around Memphis and we're going to hopefully be out in the breeze and the temperature stays under 100 degrees, we could be out in the local park that doesn't get as much love as it could. And I'm grilling out, which is going to be a fantastic time. I also like, there's a website called Viator or Viator, Viator.com. A lot of local tours if you're traveling this year. So I love the haunted tours. I like being a little bit scared. Number 2, I like food tours. I love history tours of these little towns around America. Those are so fun. They often cost a lot less money. So that's on that planning side. But there's another planning side people forget. And as a finance guy, I think this is a big one, which is I don't want to get into credit card debt. And I don't want to create these horrible experiences when I get home. I want to be refreshed and ready to go. So I want it to fit the budget. But then if I'm ready to pay cash, everybody asks me about these rewards programs. I then want to take advantage of the reward program, because if I add up points, and these points can add up fairly quickly, and I pay them off right away, I take that cash cushion and I pay it off right after I swipe the card, then I'm not getting into credit card debt and I'm accumulating points, which makes the trip less expensive and also makes the next one less expensive.
You and I are on the same wavelength on this, Joe. I just took a trip not too long ago, and I checked out TripAdvisor and actually had some trips with Viator. So great stuff. I love it. That you're right on point. Let's continue and talk about maybe some tips for gas, hotels, that sort of thing, because those can add up quickly, especially the prices of hotels these days. I don't know about you, but it just feels like hotels have skyrocketed.
If you're traveling this holiday weekend, you don't want to wait because there's a lot of competition. But let's give people some advice for other times. If you're traveling off season, sometimes waiting till the last minute on the hotel when hotels aren't full, they're just trying to get that occupancy rate up. So 4th of July weekend, hear me clearly, if you're staying at a hotel, you want to book now. But off-season travel, maybe waiting is going to save you some dollars. You know what I like too, if we're traveling with the family and with the restaurant price up, this is where Airbnb or Vrbo comes in. Airbnb and Vrbo doesn't necessarily spend you money on the surface, but if I can cook a meal at home after going to the local grocery store on the road trip, everybody's happy. We play some games while we're at the Airbnb. Also, some of these places are pretty quirky and work in good memories. I got this friend, Whitney Hansen, who's in Idaho. Shout out to Whitney. Whitney created a house that looks like a flower pot. Like imagine taking your family and staying in a flower pot. We stayed on the coast of Lake Michigan one time in this boat in a marina, the little town called Saugatuck. My family, my kids still talk about that trip. So looking at Vrbo, looking at Airbnb can really not just save money, but can also create some fun memories for the family. Next thing too, by the way, again, I'm standing in this park. Look at parks. Look at, national parks get so much recognition. State and local parks, not nearly as much. This park that I'm in right now, there's a petting farm where my kids petted animals. It costs nothing more. I took a hike here one time and had bird seed and birds eating right out of my hand, like phenomenal fun.
I love it. I love it. What else? What other kind of tools or programs can we touch on before we let you go, Joe? This is all very effective. We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning.
Well, I got to tell you, taking care of that vehicle, if we're doing the road trip, which I love, as you can tell, I do a lot of road trips in the Saul Sehi family, taking care of really important. So if you've got the app on your phone, we talked about those two apps earlier, the Vitor app and the TripAdvisor, your car manufacturer, whether it's GM, one of the other manufacturers, they all have an app and you can look at the health of your car, properly inflating your tires, making sure you're ready for the scheduled maintenance. Your biggest expense if you don't own a house, you know what the number two expense is? That car, and you want to have a lot of road trips. So a great website I'll leave people with is experience.gm.com. You'll which has no annual fee and is one of those cards I talked about with point programs, can help you a lot on accumulating points and saving some money on the trip, and also other GM maintenance, the GM reward. There's experience.gm.com is another great tool to have in your tool belt.
Okay, Joe Saul Sehi, we appreciate your time here. Great advice, great tips for that great summer vacation for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope everybody has a phenomenal Independence Day.
Yes, absolutely. Same to you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. All right, wrestling fans, I want to hear from you because we have something that's coming up this summer, and I know you're thinking about it, WWE's SummerSlam, and I am going to be joined by this lovely lady who is fierce. She may be little, but she is fierce. It is certainly someone that has had much success in the ring, going all the way back since 2010. She is a veteran now, and she still kicks butt. I am joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by WWE superstar Zelina Vega, and she is proudly displaying that championship belt on her shoulder there. Zelina, so nice to meet you. Tell me, how's it going? Good morning.
I'm great. How are you? Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, we have a lot of wrestling history here in Memphis. I'm sure you're well aware, and I know that SummerSlam's a big, big deal. So tell me about it. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I mean, SummerSlam is always known as the biggest party of the summer, but now it's going to be 2 nights. So it's going to be a jam-packed week of WWE, really, especially for the fans. It's going to be amazing from Monday Night Raw to Friday Night SmackDown to August 2nd and 3rd. It's that weekend, all SummerSlam. So it's kind of cool that you guys get to be a part of it, whether it's again, the second, the third, or really just Monday night and Friday night. Or be a part of all of them. But either way, we're going to make sure that we bring it for the fans because we're so excited. Especially, I mean, it's going to be John Cena's final SummerSlam, so it's like you never know what's going to happen. And I think for me, of course, walking in as champ is going to be really fun.
I bet. So tell me, I love seeing this video. You are, you're beautiful, you're tough, you're fierce. You're all these things, and you've been doing this since 2010. Tell me how someone like yourself gets involved and is a part of WWE. How does that happen?
I mean, ultimately, I was starting training when I was 17, so that was back in like 2008. So, but it's something that I've wanted to do since I was 4 years old. I mean, my family were huge wrestling fans. We used to go to Madison Square Garden all the time. I remember my aunt wanted to make a big "Just Bring It" sign, so you had all 10 of us with like different letters, making sure that everybody could see it because we were just so proud to be wrestling fans. And my uncle, well, he's my grandmother's brother, so my great uncle, but he had wrestled also in Puerto Rico. His last match was against Bruno Sammartino, so it runs deep in our family. My cousin, Amazing Red, he started training me from the jump, and it's nice to feel like I get to represent all of them along this journey. And obviously being from Queens, being from New York, this is really close to home, and it feels like a different kind of welcome back in a way. I say welcome back from the fans, and it's something that we always look forward to in SummerSlam. But for me personally, it's a little extra special.
So tell me about what it's like to be on tour. What are the fans like? Are there certain moments during the tour where you're just like, this is amazing? And then there are certain times where you're just like, oh my gosh, am I going to be okay getting out of here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the beauty of it. When you step into this world of wrestling, and especially WWE, you get this is the life. This is the life that you're always on the road, but I'm just so lucky. Like I have my husband with me who gets to do it with me along the way. And he obviously he has his own style and his own unique way of doing things, and I get to learn a lot from him. And when it comes to questions about my matches or how to do stuff or just get ideas from, like, he's like the perfect person to go to about that, and he helps me in so many different ways. So it's like I get to bring a piece of home with me on the road, and I'm super blessed for that because not everybody gets that. But it's nice to share that with him, and also share this moment with him because he made his return the same night that I became a champion, well, a singles champion for the first time in my career. So it's just uniquely special, and I think WWE just it makes you feel a part of it in a way, because I've had so many fans tell me that they feel like they were a part of it too, and they felt like they won that night too because they had been supporting me from the jump. And I think it's so cool because I have the most unique and unconditional loving fans. Like they support me unconditionally, and I'm so thankful for them.
That's got to be awesome. I love hearing that. Over the last 15 years, okay, you've been a part of this. What have you learned the most coming out of this?
Oh, there's been so many things that I've learned, but one of the things I think that kind of sticks out, and you kind of see it when I won this title, or even going back to 2 years ago in Backlash at Puerto Rico, it's just being in the moment and surrendering to your feelings in the moment. And I'm not a big crier. I really hate crying, but I remember right before I walked out, Ray told me just let it go. Like just be in the moment. If you want to be happy, be happy. You want to be angry, if you want to cry, just allow yourself to surrender in that moment. You're gonna feel so much better. And I did. And I think that's a really big thing, is just taking a second and just surrendering to the moment, because then you feel like that little kid who started this journey however long ago, you feel like them again. You start to channel their energy. So it's nice to feel that, and then feel the energy from the fans, because when you're open like that, you get to feel their energy too. And it makes it that much more I guess just special, and you feel that bond with them right away.
Any final thoughts you want to say to some of the fans that are perhaps listening right now?
Oh my gosh. More so that I love you guys. I think, we all do. All of, everybody in WWE, like we have this amazing relationships with our fans, and just everybody who watches the product, because you become super passionate about it. I feel like you can't just watch WWE and say like, oh, I casually watch. It's something that you're either super passionate about, or that you're involved in. And I think it's cool to see, especially for I think that fans, or people who are fans, make the best performers, and just to see their journeys along the way is so fun and unique. And for me, getting to live out this lifelong dream is just such a blessing, and I'm so thankful to everybody. And I think that's all going to come to a head at SummerSlam. And I think it's going to be one of the most incredible pay-per-views ever. And especially because, like I said, it's going to be 2 nights, and you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, SummerSlam, first ever 2-night SummerSlam. It's going to be at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, Saturday, August 2nd, Sunday, August 3rd. And Selena Vega, congratulations on all your success over the years. Thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. And I look forward to seeing you kick some more butt in the ring. We appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We know summer is in full swing. There are some studies out there that show nearly half, about 46% of Americans are anxious about affording all kinds of summer plans. We all want to get away. We want to have maybe some outdoor activities, bring some people over. And when budgets are tight, it's so important to reassess where you can cut back just to protect your bottom line here. So let's talk about tips for summer spending right now. I am joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Courtney Alev. She is someone who works at Credit Karma. She is considered a consumer financial advocate, and she's going to help us when it comes to tips for spending this summer. I was reading some of your notes, Courtney. I love it. Let's dive right in and talk about some great tips for people that want to have some fun this summer but are on a strict budget. Good morning.
Good morning.
So let's hear it.
We know a lot of Americans are very nervous about their spending this summer. You mentioned that about half of Americans are anxious about funding their summer plans, and 2/3 are opting for more budget-friendly activities this summer. But we also know that that does not apply to everyone. About half of young Americans say they are planning on prioritizing fun over their finances this summer, especially when it comes to things like travel or dining out or vacation. And that can really have an impact on their wallet and potentially lead to debt.
Yeah, and some of the notes I saw was they were great. And one of them talked about when you want to bring people over, let's say, you want to bring them over for grilling outside in the backyard. It's important to consider some things before you do that. Tell me more.
It's a great idea when you make a summer plan, to make sure it fits into your budget. It's not about not planning for the summer, but making plans that really work with your financial goals. For example, a lot of us love to travel over the summer, but we expect it to be really expensive. The good news is we all have a lot of local gems that are close by. Maybe it's camping, maybe it's a road trip or a visit to a lake. You can split the cost for gas or groceries with friends or family, and you can borrow gear you might need but not have. Those can be great ways to really keep the cost per person low for some summer travel while still getting that change of scenery that so many of us want during this season. And we all love dining out, especially on a nice summer evening, but we've also seen the cost of eating out has really gone up substantially. And this is where I'd really recommend considering dining in. It can be just as much fun, and I encourage folks to set up a theme night. Maybe it's DIY pizzas or a backyard barbecue. Those are some ways that you can really keep the cost a bit lower, but still have those fun travel or social experiences this summer with your friends and family.
And the idea of planning meals around sales at the grocery store, I love that.
Yes, it's a great time to be budget conscious. There's a lot of different sales and promotions happening. Anytime that you can take advantage of a deal, it's a good opportunity to do so. For example, with back to school shopping, even though it's summer just started, it's really going to be here before we know it. There's already retailers that are starting to offer sales, promotions, and price match guarantees. And so making a game plan now in summer can make sure that you're taking advantage of those sales and promotions once it comes time to shop.
What are some other practical approaches? You mentioned travel. We've talked about food, grocery store kind of sales. What else?
It's a great idea to just be really mindful of your spending this summer. For example, maybe you're taking one trip already. Perhaps it's a friend's wedding, it's a family reunion, or a music festival that you've really wanted to go to. Try making that your one main splurge for the summer, and then see where you can cut back on other non-essentials. Maybe it's less dining out, maybe it's less ride sharing, or whatever that is for you. That can really help you focus your extra money and time and energy on that one splurge while keeping the rest of your budget in check. I know for me, I'm going to a music festival this summer with friends I'm really excited about, and I'm also sleeping on their couch instead of getting a hotel. And that's one way to make sure I'm doing fun things with my summer without totally breaking my budget. And it's really important to make sure you are being really intentional with how you're funding that summer fun. One interesting thing we saw is about 3/4 of Gen Zers say that buy now, pay later options, which are increasingly common, actually encourage them to spend more money than maybe they can actually afford. And so it's a really good idea before you click buy on any of those summer plans or purchases to make sure that it's something that fits into your budget, not just now, but later as well.
Yeah, the budget stuff is key, especially when it comes to going in debt or staying out of debt. Listen, Courtney Alev, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you for these tips for a fun and happy summer. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's summertime. We know it's hot. We know that we're going to take our pet out for a walk. They're going to be out and about. And there's always some things to be concerned about when you take your pet outside. The normal hazards during the summer, heat stroke and dehydration. But there are some other things you might not be thinking about. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Dr. Alexandra Meyer. She is a doctor of veterinary medicine. She is at VCA Woodbridge Animal Hospital and joining us to talk about some of those dangers, those threats out there for our pet and just some friendly reminders to keep them safe. Where do we begin, Alexandra? Good morning.
Well, you hit it right, kind of nail on that head. Heat's a big one. It is a heat wave right now. Our pets are very sensitive to some heat, so we do have to keep an eye on that. But also at the same time, food's a big one. We do have to worry about what kind of food our pets are being exposed to, as well as grills, fire pits, even candles and swimming pools can cause potential dangers if we're not careful.
Okay, so let's for our audience there, we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning. Let's talk about those great ideas, suggestions, some tips out there just to have a safe summer for our pets.
Right. One tip that I highly recommend, we are going to have lots of barbecues this summer. It's beautiful. We are enjoying corn cobs, ribs, chicken bones. When you're done, put them in the trash and take that trash out to the curb. Don't let it sit in your house and become a potential hazard for your pet. It smells good. They want to eat it, but it can become obstructed. We can have GI irritation. Just take it out of your house so it doesn't become a problem.
Let's talk a little bit about the pavement. You know, oftentimes we don't think about how hot that pavement can get. Just some friendly reminders out there.
Absolutely. So when you go outside, that pavement absorbs quite a bit of heat. Take your hand and put it on the sidewalk or on the asphalt. If you can't hold your hand there more than a few seconds, it's too hot for your pet. Keep them on the grass if we are going to go for a walk, or if possible, keep them inside. Make it so they can't get their poor little paw pads burned.
What about a swimming pool? You know, you were just mentioning grilling out outside. You know, there's festivities going on. How do we keep our pets safe in the pool?
So pools are wonderful. Again, human nature, we love to be out there spending time with our pets, but even the strongest swimmer can become tired and can potentially drown. If you have a fence, putting a fence around the pool is a great safety, but also teaching your pet where those exit points are. If you have a shelf, also just always supervising your pet when you're around water or in the pool and making sure if there is a dangerous situation, we can remove them from the pool.
Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Alexandra?
DCA has a wonderful summer safety handbook on their website at www.dca.com. Also, from June 23rd to July 15th, our local ERs are having a 50% off coupon of your exam fee. You can find your local ER by going to www.dca.com, clicking Find Care in the right corner and putting in your zip code to find your local VCA veterinarian.
Okay, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine Alexandra Meyer joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you so much for some of those tips and ideas and suggestions for all of us to have a safe and happy summer. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. If you can believe it, the summer series at the Overton Park Shell is almost wrapped up. They got one more weekend of shows. Joining me now on the Digital Desk, Shelby Smith, to talk about this last weekend. And Shelby, it's been, is it me or has it gone so fast? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, time has truly flown by, but that's what happens when you're having fun. And we're just so grateful that people have come to the Overton Park Shell for the 2025 Orion Financial Free Concert Series. As you already mentioned, we're kind of wrapping things up this weekend for our summer rendition, but people don't have to worry. We'll be back with concerts in the fall, but we're trying to take a little bit of a break from the heat, make sure people are safe on the lawn, but we've got a full weekend ahead, and it all starts this Thursday. I'm excited to have people join us to kind of close us out in things with a bang.
Yeah, so tell us, so Thursday, is it Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Tell us about the concerts.
Yeah, absolutely. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, as always. Concerts start at 7:30. This Thursday, we're kicking things off with Eggy music. It's kind of like, think psychedelic, kind of art pop, fish vibes, very jammy, very groovy, very excited to bring them to the lawn. I think people will be super stoked to kind of get some vibes, get some dancing out, you know? And then on Friday, we're bringing Macro, a local duo. Very excited to have them. They actually performed on stage during not Memphis Music Initiative. I'm blanking on the names of my organizations right now. But Music Export Memphis's Tambourine Bash last year, kind of a collaborative effort, but we're bringing them to the stage for their own full performance. Excited to bring some local talent on Friday and continuing with that local talent kind of feature this weekend. We're closing it out with the fan favorite. Stax Music Academy always brings the energy. Their students are so talented, and the community loves to support all of that organization's great efforts in our community and, you know, stewarding the talent of young artists. So, and Stax Classics, you can't really beat that.
No question about it. I agree. That sounds like a great lineup, and I think the weather will cooperate as well. It might be a little warm, but we're not talking about any storms, so that's a good thing.
Exactly. Yeah, we can handle the
Yeah.
heat. We just can't handle the rain.
Yeah, exactly. So you mentioned the fall series, and I know that there'll be an announcement coming up later for that next month. But can you talk about time frame wise when that begins?
Yeah, absolutely. The fall lineup for our Ryan Financial Free Concert Series, it goes live on July 7th, and we're partnering with WYXR on July 12th to do a special programming segment where people can kind of get like an idea and the feel for the season. We'll have a playlist queued up of artists, both local, national, and traveling acts we're bringing to the stage this fall. So definitely make sure that your calendars are marked for July 7th and July 12th to tune in, because we're excited to just, welcome people back after a brief hiatus. Again, it gets a little too hot for our performing artists and our patrons on the lawn, but fall season in Memphis is fantastic. The weather is beautiful and the music just keeps on going.
When does the fall season begin?
I believe our first concert is August the 20th. It might be a fundraising show, if I believe correctly. So, and all of our fundraising shows, they empower our efforts to bring more free music throughout the year. But our first show, August 20th, and it continues all the way until the end of October. So plenty of time for people to join us on the lawn for more music. Those shows start a little bit earlier in the night, 7 o'clock, and they also happen Friday, Saturday, and I believe we have a couple Sunday features on the fall lineup as well.
Fantastic. Always in the know. Shelby Smith over at Park Shell. Thank you so much for coming on the digital desk and explaining exactly what kind of groups people can check out and expect for free at Overton Park Shell stage. We appreciate it. Have a great time this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
See y'all soon.
All right. Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. You may recall that there was a massive data breach not too long ago. It exposed millions of patient records online. We're talking to the tune of about 8 million patient records. And again, sensitive information being released out there on the internet. It's just another example of these data breaches that keep on happening from time to time. So how do we protect our identity, our cyber security? How do we make it as safe as possible? Joining me now to talk about that is Christopher Wright. He's a veteran cybersecurity expert. Joining us on the digital desk. Chris, tell us a little bit about your background first and foremost, and a little bit about this data breach that some people may remember, some people may not. Good morning.
Good morning. So I've been in cybersecurity for about 2 decades now, starting in the United States Air Force, working with the federal government a little bit, and moving on to commercial entities. And apologies for the background being backwards there. But working in the commercial space and financial technology as well, and for about the last 9 years working with small businesses such as healthcare and dentists and things like that. From what we see of this, the breach, it was an openly available database that housed about 8 million total records, about 2.7 of those actually being personally identifiable information on dental patients.
Dental patients. Okay, so so there's all kinds of records out there, and of course, dental records include many people's, their names, their birth date, their social security numbers, maybe some credit card numbers as well. What do you know in terms of what I just mentioned? How much is exposed out there?
So yeah, when we say personally identifiable information, we're talking about a lot of that. We're talking about name, phone number, address, social security in some cases, anything that that dental practice would need to file that claim for that patient, and anything that dental practice felt like they needed to store for caring for that patient, or just kind of what somebody thought they needed to store on an individual who was a patient there. So often that's a lot more than's really needed. We tend to hoard data and try to collect as much as possible, thinking, it might come in handy one day, but it doesn't always, and usually opens you up to some danger, like in this case.
Okay, so we've established, what this breach was, and what's out there. How do we protect ourselves?
So one of the things that I like to tell people is be careful what you submit. In the first case, look on those forms that you're providing to that healthcare provider, whether they're dental, whether they're any other kind of healthcare, or really anything out there. They're going to ask you for a lot of information. A lot of times you can look on that online form or on a paper form, and there'll be something denoting if that is required for them. So you can kind of start there, and don't divulge a lot of information that's not required, that you look at and go, why would this provider or why would this organization need that type of information? Second, I would look at that information, and if you do look at one of those fields that's marked required and you don't think it should be required, question that. That may not really be required, and especially if you're filling out a paper form, there's nothing stopping you from not putting that on there. A lot of times the online forms will not advance to the next screen if you don't enter the required field, but there are ways around that as well. But the best thing you can do is question that. Don't just assume. So go back to that provider and say, why do you need my birthday? In some cases. And finally, we kind of overshare a lot of things anyway. So kind of expand that to your whole life. We want to put everything about ourselves on social media. We want to kind of fill that out and put everything about ourselves out there. But really, that's a treasure trove for people trying to steal your identity or impersonate you in some way, shape, or form. And then I guess one other thing I'd want to add on there too is when you are going to a healthcare provider or some type of provider, not necessarily healthcare too, but look through those forms. Read what you're signing. A lot of people, we're in a hurry. We don't want to read what we're signing. We don't see what we're signing up for. And unfortunately, that gets us into trouble sometimes. In the healthcare world, for marketing, in the terms of protected health information and HIPAA privacy, marketing is an opt-in, opt-out type set of data, or use case for healthcare data. It's a little bit of a fuzzy line between what's allowed and then what you have to have an opt-in from the patient for. But read through those forms and seeing if you are, somehow opting in. That could be, a long form that you just sign at the end, and there could be one statement in there that says, I opt into marketing. And you want to be careful that you're not signing up for something that you don't want. And in this case, it seems like the firm that was breached was a marketing firm for dentists. So there's a good chance there is an opt-in, opt-out form in that stack of papers that each of these patients signed.
What about companies like LifeLock or VPN? Like people who offer added security? Do you think that it would be a benefit in this case? And I mean, is it worth the cost?
A lot of times, the VPN companies, that's kind of a different threat than this. But the companies like LifeLock, what they do is they provide visibility to that, so you can see when things are being used. I personally don't use any of those companies, and it's been a long time since I've been in a breach that I've actually taken them up on that, just because I tend to dial down a lot of my online usage of things like this, and I try to practice what I preach and divulging as little information as possible. signing up for as few things as possible and making sure my information is out there as little as possible. That's very difficult, and a lot of people, it's going to be a hard change in their life to do that. But what those providers give is kind of visibility into that at the very least. Sometimes they do have some blocking mechanisms, but in actuality, they typically try to err on the side of caution, so they're not going to go out there and block everything, because that pretty much prevents you from using credit cards and signing up for home loans and buying cars and stuff like that. So they don't want to impede on your life, which is, in a lot of cases that would prevent a lot of this fraud from going on, but it would also prevent you from just living a normal life.
Anything else we can touch on, Chris, that you haven't touched on with regards to just overall protecting yourself online, cybersecurity, that sort of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could spend an entire day talking about that. But generally, kind of the top things that I'll hit on is make sure you're updating your software on your phones, on your tablets, on your laptops, on your computers, wherever you have it. That's within your kind of personal scope of responsibility. Make sure you're updating those on the regular. Don't just kind of bypass that update notification over and over and over. A lot of flaws, a lot of things that attackers will take advantage of are in these recent patches. So if you apply those recent patches, you're going to reduce your risk significantly. Second, make sure you're using multi-factor authentication on your online accounts, and use, excuse me, and when you're using multi-factor authentication, if nothing else is available, use those SMS text messages. But if there's anything else, like an app, like a Microsoft Authenticator or Google Authenticator or Authy, make sure you're using that instead of those SMS text messages. Our phone system is not terribly secure. The FBI just kind of tacitly admitted that, recommending that everyone use encrypted apps like Signal. But you want to make sure that you're protected in that case. So using those apps ramps up that protection there. Make sure that's turned on everywhere possible. For everything else, make sure you're not reusing passwords. Password reuse is kind of the other big brute force account takeover method. So use a fresh, new, long, and strong password for each account. And I know many of your viewers will be kind of scared when I say that, but there are helper apps out there called password managers that can help you store those passwords, create those very long and strong passwords that are unique for every online service you use, and you can sync those between your phone and between your computer, so you don't really have to worry about remembering those passwords anymore.
All right, Chris Wright with some great ideas, suggestions, and ways to protect your identity online, especially after this massive security breach. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Very helpful advice for the thousands of people who watch each and every day. Thank you.
Yep, happy to help, Andrew.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, a variably cloudy sky as we go through the course of the day. Morning 70s will continue their upward trend towards the low and mid 90s this afternoon. A couple spotty downpours, but not everybody getting wet. Southwest of the breezes coming in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. A lot of things going on this weekend. Maybe you got some plans, or if you don't, maybe you want to head over to see some fireworks in West Memphis at Tilden Rogers Park. Freedom Fest going on here this evening, 5 to 9. Temperatures in the upper 80s at 5 o'clock, easing down to the low 80s by 9. And yeah, still a chance of a stray shower, but many of you will probably get away with the time frame dry. There will still be a few scattered downpours here and there as we go through the course of the afternoon and early evening. Temperatures will top out generally in the low to mid 90s. Good thing is that we're not talking about the feels like temperatures going too far above 105 in most instances here today, but still plenty hot if you're not seeing a shower or thunderstorm to cool you off. Showers and storms will tend to fade away as we head through the early evening hours. That's about 6 o'clock in the evening. Again, partly clear skies. Temperatures starting off on your Saturday morning with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A little better chance for widely spaced showers and storms. Notice a lot of you may get away without much fanfare as we head towards the afternoon hours of your Saturday. So if you got pool plans, I think you're mostly in good shape, but you can't rule it out that you could find yourself with some widely spaced showers and thunderstorms through the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. These showers and storms may have a little bit of staying power past sunset. We'll do the whole process over again, and the coverage may be a little greater heading into your Sunday with temperatures that will top out upper 80s to near 90 degrees going into Sunday, as a front slips a little farther down to the south and eventually fades away. And guess what? It'll be a lather, rinse, repeat situation that will take us into the early portions of next week. I want you to stay weather aware with this. Of course, if you have outdoor plans here the next couple of days, there will be chances for rain and storms. Will it be a constant situation? Absolutely not. But will you have to tangle with some showers and storms? If you are outside, it's a possibility. And remember, if you can hear thunder, that means that lightning is close enough that could hit you. So if you hear thunder, head indoors. Of course, showers and storms will be part of the story. The interactive radar there on the app is going to be your friend. Spotty opportunities here today, more widely scattered for Saturday, and then just scattered downpours off and on as we head through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as a frontal boundary sluggishly works its way through the area. And that's as a ridge of high pressure that has been dominating our weather pattern in the last couple of days starts to nudge farther off to the east, off of the eastern seaboard. And eventually the Gulf moisture starts to filter in behind that, and a couple of fronts to come along with it as well. Well, all of that will facilitate better chances for rain and storms. Notice again, even on to Monday, some scattered downpours. Lull in the activity for the morning hours. The afternoon gets a little bit more active, and do it all over again on Wednesday. Though the front on Wednesday may be a little farther to the south as drier air, northerly breezes tries to get in here. You'll see actually a dip in our humidity levels ever so slightly as we head into that time frame. So there's some indication here, once we get past a little dip here today, that after the next couple of days of being pretty steamy, there may be another dip that comes in here through the mid portion of next week, and that will bring us a better chance for some drier air. Briefly, at least. And you'll see that with the overnight low temperatures dipping into the upper 60s and low 70s by the mid portion of next week. In the meantime, though, yeah, spotty downpour chances for today. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. Keep it going as we head through the weekend off and on. High temperatures again, low to mid 90s here tomorrow. I think Sunday may be upper 80s to low 90s, just depending on if and when shower and storm chances are able to move into your backyard. Scattered downpours to continue Monday and Tuesday. A little drier scenario to play out Wednesday. It just depends on how quickly the front can work its way down to the south. Spotty opportunities beyond that as we head into the end of next week. Of course, we've got several fireworks displays going on next Thursday and Friday. Temperatures low in mid 90s. You get the idea. The heat's going to crank back up as a new ridge develops out of Mexico and starts building into the southeastern U.S. That'll help to push the temperatures up and the rain chances back down as we head through that time frame.
Alan, can you hear me? Good morning.
I can hear you. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning. All right, we got about 40 seconds. Just wanted to say hello. Thanks for framing up. You look good. We're ready to rock and roll.
I appreciate you.
Okay, talk to you in a second. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. On Tuesday, July 1st, there's going to be a change when it comes to Tennessee law. The Tennessee Human Rights Commission will be eliminated, and with it, the extension of a 300-day statute of limitations for filing unemployment discrimination claims. So after July 1st, okay, that's Tuesday, Tennesseans must now solely turn to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and that has a much shorter 180-day deadline. Let's talk a little bit about this, how it will affect Tennesseans and people in our area. I'm joined right now by Memphis attorney Alan Crone. He specializes in employment law, among other things, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Alan, what does this change mean to you from your perspective? Good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be here. Thank you for having me. This is kind of a double-edged sword for everybody. The most important thing is that everybody understand the change and be prepared for it. Now, what it actually means is this year the General Assembly disbanded the Tennessee Human Rights Act. The Tennessee Human Rights Commission, which is tasked with enforcing the Tennessee Human Rights Act. And before July 1st, currently, if you want to file a discrimination claim, you have 300 days to do it, and you can either file with the EEOC or you can file with the Tennessee Human Rights Commission. And because we have that, they call it dual filing capability in Tennessee, that extends the statute from 180 days to 300 days to file that claim of discrimination. So, and that's from the date of the discrimination or harassment or retaliation or whatever it is that you're complaining of. And so it's going to make it more and more important for workers to go to the EEOC as soon as possible because that 180-day ticker could be started, and it may not be when you think. In other words, if they tell you you're going to get fired on a Monday, effective 2 weeks later, the statute starts to run when they tell you you're going to get fired, as opposed to 2 weeks later. And with the 300 days, that didn't come into play very often, but 180 days is not that long to kind of decide what to do. So that's the biggest change, and it's going to put more pressure on the EEOC because now all the charges in Tennessee are going to go to it. The Attorney General is forming a group within his office in Nashville to enforce the Tennessee Human Rights Act. That was all the functions of the commission were transferred to the Attorney General. Now, what that means in terms of what you can file and how, I don't know that all that has been worked out yet.
Got it.
But that's the effect writ large.
Okay. And so what happens if you miss this 100-day deadline? So this goes into effect July 1st, that's Tuesday. What happens if someone misses this deadline? Do they not have any kind of repercussions at all?
Under federal law, you're done. Under state law, you can still file in court under the Tennessee Human Rights Act up to a year from the date of discrimination.
Okay, and can you talk a little bit about the topics as a whole when it comes under this umbrella as workplace discrimination?
Well, that's a pretty wide category, but basically it's anything that adverse employment action arising out of a protected activity or a protected category. There's lots of harassment and discrimination that's perfectly legal because it's not based on whether on your color, your sex, your religion, those sorts of things, or engaging in Family Medical Act leave, or reporting discrimination, or reporting unsafe working conditions, or refusing to participate in or remain silent about illegal activities. So if you've had something that has happened to you, and you believe it's because of your inclusion in a protected category or protected activities, then you should do something. You should, first of all, if you've got an HR, department in your company, you should start there. You should complain to somebody in management if you don't have a clearly defined process. Some people are uncomfortable doing that. You might want to consult with an employment lawyer to see if what's happening to you is illegal as opposed to just unfair or bad business. And, companies should continue to do whatever they're doing to prevent this type of activity.
I appreciate you saying that. That was, you answered my question there. Anything else you'd like to add with regards to what workers need to know about these changes and what they should be doing maybe before the deadline or perhaps after?
I would say if someone thinks they have a claim right now and it happened more than 6 months ago, then they should, to be safe rather than sorry, they should go ahead and file. I believe that anything that happens on or before June 30th is covered by the 300-day statute. I don't think the legislature can take away a right retrospectively like that. But that's just my opinion. My opinion is worth what you're paying for it right now.
Yeah.
So I would, if you have a claim that exists now, and you really think you're going to pursue it, then I would go to the EEOC today or Monday and file, just to make sure that you're protecting yourself.
Okay, Alan Crone, really appreciate this deep dive into this important move here that's happening on Tuesday, July 1st. Tennessee Human Rights Commission to be eliminated then and what to do after that. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you for giving us some insight on next steps after all of that. Thank you.
Hey, it's my pleasure, and I appreciate it, and I'll see everybody around campus.
Okay, appreciate it, Alan. Thank you. Another live look from our High Five cameras. You can see here in downtown Memphis, a gorgeous day ahead, 76 degrees, 812. It's going to be hot, though. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, a variably cloudy sky as we go through the course of the day. Morning 70s will continue their upward trend towards the low and mid 90s this afternoon. A couple spotty downpours, but not everybody getting wet. Southwesterly breezes coming in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. A lot of things going on this weekend. Maybe you got some plans, or if you don't, maybe you want to head over to see some fireworks in West Memphis at Tilden Rogers Park. Freedom Fest going on here this evening, 5 to 9. Temperatures in the upper 80s at 5 o'clock, easing down to the low 80s by 9. And yeah, still a chance of a stray shower, but many of you will probably get away with the time frame dry. There will still be a few scattered downpours here and there as we go through the course of the afternoon and early evening. Temperatures will top out generally in the low to mid 90s. Good thing is that we're not talking about the feels like temperatures going too far above 105 in most instances here today, but still plenty hot if you're not seeing a shower or thunderstorm to cool you off. Showers and storms will tend to fade away as we head through the early evening hours. That's about 6 o'clock in the evening. Again, partly clear skies. Temperatures starting off on your Saturday morning with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A little better chance for widely spaced showers and storms. Notice a lot of you may get away with without much fanfare as we head towards the afternoon hours of your Saturday. So if you got pool plans, I think you're mostly in good shape, but you can't rule it out that you could find yourself with some widely spaced showers and thunderstorms through the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. These showers and storms may have a little bit of staying power past sunset. We'll do the whole process over again, and the coverage may be a little greater heading into your Sunday with temperatures that will top out upper 80s to near 90 degrees going into Sunday, as a front slips a little farther down to the south and eventually fades away. And guess what? It'll be a lather, rinse, repeat situation that will take us into the early portions of next week. I want you to stay weather aware with this. Of course, if you have outdoor plans here the next couple of days, there will be chances for rain and storms. Will it be a constant situation? Absolutely not. But will you have to tangle with some showers and storms? If you are outside, it's a possibility. And remember, if you can hear thunder, that means that lightning is close enough that could hit you. So if you hear thunder, head indoors. Of course, showers and storms will be part of the story. The interactive radar there on the app is going to be your friend. Spotty opportunities here today, more widely scattered for Saturday, and then just scattered downpours off and on as we head through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as a frontal boundary sluggishly works its way through the area. And that's as a ridge of high pressure that has been dominating our weather pattern in the last couple of days starts to nudge farther off to the east, off of the eastern seaboard. And eventually the Gulf moisture starts to filter in behind that, and a couple of fronts to come along with it as well. Well, all of that will facilitate better chances for rain and storms. Notice again, even on to Monday, some scattered downpours. Lull in the activity for the morning hours. The afternoon gets a little bit more active, and do it all over again on Wednesday. Though the front on Wednesday may be a little farther to the south as drier air, northerly breezes tries to get in here. You'll see actually a dip in our humidity levels ever so slightly as we head into that time frame. So there's some indication here, once we get past a little dip here today, that after the next couple of days of being pretty steamy, there may be another dip that comes in here through the mid portion of next week, and that will bring us a better chance for some drier air. Briefly, at least. And you'll see that with the overnight low temperatures dipping into the upper 60s and low 70s by the mid portion of next week. In the meantime, though, yeah, spotty downpour chances for today. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. Keep it going as we head through the weekend off and on. High temperatures again, low to mid 90s here tomorrow. I think Sunday may be upper 80s to low 90s, just depending on if and when shower and storm chances are able to move into your backyard. Scattered downpours to continue Monday and Tuesday. A little drier scenario to play out Wednesday. It just depends on how quickly the front can work its way down to the south. Spotty opportunities beyond that as we head into the end of next week. Of course, we've got several fireworks displays going on next Thursday and Friday. Temperatures low in mid 90s. You get the idea. The heat's going to crank back up as a new ridge develops out of Mexico and starts building into the southeastern U.S. That'll help to push the temperatures up and the rain chances back down as we head through that time frame.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I am joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by our friend at the Daily Memphian, Sam Hardiman. He covers government and politics for the Daily Memphian. You can read his great articles on dailymemphian.com. He's got two out right now that I want to talk to him about, both focused on XAI. One about XAI stockpiling lots of equipment at a vacant lot in South Haven, Mississippi, and another one about Elon Musk talking about XAI in Memphis and beyond. Sam, you know, it's not a surprise that XAI is expanding, and that in your article really dives deep into some of that expansion, especially energy-wise. But what was interesting to me is this use of a vacant lot in South Haven, Mississippi. Tell me more. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. So for the past probably 3-4 months, I've been taking drives couple times a week, if not more, to South Haven, Mississippi to watch XAI. So XAI's second Memphis data center is at 5420 Tulane Road in Whitehaven. 5420 Tulane Road in Whitehaven could generously be described as close to Mississippi as you can get without being in Mississippi. It's a matter of a couple hundred yards. Tulane Road itself, turns into Mississippi before you even reach State Line Road in South Haven. So that's how close their second data center is to Mississippi. And so as I've been driving around there over the past several months, I've observed workers going to various sites in Mississippi from XAI. And one of those sites is a vacant lot on State Line Road that over the past probably 3 to 4 weeks has started to accumulate natural gas turbines. These turbines, last time I checked, were not running. They are just sitting there in this vacant lot along State Line Road. And if everyone remembers, I'm not sure they do, XAI and the Greater Memphis Chamber said some of the turbines that are at its Paul R. Lowry Road facility, which is out in Pigeon Industrial Park, right next to the Mississippi River, essentially, was going to be removing turbines. And those turbines that match what you've seen for months at Paul R. Lowry Road started to match the ones that showed up in the vacant lot. And then I went through some SEC filings, Securities and Exchange Commission filings, for a company called Solaris Energy Solutions, which is one of these suppliers of turbines. They don't manufacture turbines themselves. They lease them to people such as XAI who need temporary power solutions. And in those SEC filings, it showed that XAI and Solaris had formed a joint venture called State Line Power LLC. Interestingly enough, this slot is on State Line Road in Mississippi. Shocking coincidence, maybe not. And one of in the SEC documents is a loan agreement for procuring more power equipment. And part of that loan agreement says where the equipment should be delivered, and that equipment is this vacant lot in Mississippi. And so very clearly shows that XAI is accumulating power supply stuff, power equipment, generators, other things, maybe things that are used to cut emissions for turbines, because it needs to generate a significant amount of power, according to these SEC filings, for 5420 Tulane Road, for its second data center right in Memphis, Tennessee.
What I also liked about your article, Sam, was the fact that you kind of highlight how much energy is being produced there and how much is needed in order to produce this artificial intelligence and one of the largest data centers in the world. So much energy that is needed to power all this, and a second data center. Is that right?
XAI is using semiconductors, chips, graphics processing units, whatever you want to use the term for, but the technology that powers artificial intelligence, right, uses a tremendous amount of power. Okay, and XAI is going to be bringing on, Elon Musk said, and this is in the second article that we're talking about today, Elon Musk said last week that XAI is going to bring on 110,000 GB2100 NVIDIA chips online at Tulane Road, which is, for those of you who I just spoke, crazy words at, these NVIDIA chips, the GB200s, are among the most advanced artificial intelligence chips in the world. They're very expensive, somewhere between $3 to $7 billion is the cost of these 110,000 chips. And so that needs a lot of power. And the stockpile of power equipment that you see and you can see just on State Line Road in Mississippi is likely what's going to provide that power, at least in the short term.
Do we have a timetable on when the water recycling plant is expected to be built and go online? You mentioned, the $80 million plant is really, and we've talked about it, that it's really going to help bring down the usage of the Memphis aquifer.
Yeah, and so we don't have a necessarily a timeline for when it would be built. I mean, it still needs to go through some public hearings this week. So this week there are going to be some informational public hearings hosted by first Protect Our Aquifer, but then next by the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, which is the entity that needs to give a permit. Essentially, what it's giving is a permit for XAI to use the city of Memphis's wastewater. Okay, for this water recycling facility. Those public meetings are this week. They're Wednesday and Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Wednesday and Thursday, because Wednesday would be the 25th and the 26th would be Thursday. And so after that those public hearings, I think then we can start to maybe see TDEC actually finally give approval to this permit, and thus actually work can begin on constructing this plant.
Much has been talked about with regards to city and county taxes that are being contributed. And at the very end of one of your articles, you talk about how this company is going to be one of the largest contributors to the tax base.
Yeah, potentially. Absolutely could be. I mean, it is right now. Let's be clear about that. It is among the largest contributors to Memphis and Shelby County taxes. It did not receive a tax incentive when it came here. And the article, is noting these chips. These chips are very valuable pieces of equipment. Okay, that is the personal property. That is what the company is going to be assessed at. That's what tax authorities in Memphis are going to be assessing them for. Are these chips? And so the continued success of XAI. The article also mentions that XAI is trying to raise more money because it is not a profitable business right now. At least according to Bloomberg News, it is not a profitable business right now. It is trying to raise more money. And the success of XAI raising money to buy more equipment, to pave the way to operate for a few more years or months or however long it is before it starts turning a real profit and brings in significant revenue. That's going to matter quite a bit in terms of how much tax revenue it contributes over the long term to Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee. And at the same time, the company is saying because of the investments it's making, and Brent Mayo, company executive, said this in April, and it sort of flew under the radar at the time. But the company has a pathway to contributing $100 million in combined Shelby County and Memphis property taxes per year. That's a tremendous amount of money, and that's really possible if it continues to invest in all these, state-of-the-art chips. If you keep building chip input data centers and keep putting chip after chip in them, that is really valuable equipment and could be super valuable to taxpayers. You just need to continue to be able to raise the money or receive the money in revenue in order to pay for those chips.
Just a great deep dive by our friend Sam Hardiman over at Daily Memphian, dailymemphian.com. Sam, anything else you want to mention about these articles that we didn't touch on?
No, I appreciate you always having me on. Please come to dailymemphian.com. Please consider subscribing, and if you can, donating. We're a nonprofit. I know it may not seem like we're a nonprofit, but we are. And just please support our work because journalism costs money.
Sam Hardiman, we appreciate your time. Thanks for all the hard work and giving us a briefing of all this. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, a variably cloudy sky as we go through the course of the day. Morning 70s will continue their upward trend towards the low and mid 90s this afternoon. A couple spotty downpours, but not everybody getting wet. Southwesterly breezes coming in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. A lot of things going on this weekend. Maybe you got some plans, or if you don't, maybe you want to head over to see some fireworks in West Memphis at Tilden Rogers Park. Freedom Fest going on here this evening, 5 to 9. Temperatures in the upper 80s at 5 o'clock, easing down to the low 80s by 9. And yeah, still a chance of a stray shower, but many of you will probably get away with the time frame dry. There will still be a few scattered downpours here and there as we go through the course of the afternoon and early evening. Temperatures will top out generally in the low to mid 90s. Good thing is that we're not talking about the feels like temperatures going too far above 105 in most instances here today, but still plenty hot if you're not seeing a shower or thunderstorm to cool you off. Showers and storms will tend to fade away as we head through the early evening hours. That's about 6 o'clock in the evening. Again, partly clear skies. Temperatures starting off on your Saturday morning with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A little better chance for widely spaced showers and storms. Notice a lot of you may get away without much fanfare as we head towards the afternoon hours of your Saturday. So if you got pool plans, I think you're mostly in good shape, but you can't rule it out that you could find yourself with some widely spaced showers and thunderstorms through the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. These showers and storms may have a little bit of staying power past sunset. We'll do the whole process over again, and the coverage may be a little greater heading into your Sunday with temperatures that will top out upper 80s to near 90 degrees going into Sunday, as a front slips a little farther down to the south and eventually fades away. And guess what? It'll be a lather, rinse, repeat situation that will take us into the early portions of next week. I want you to stay weather aware with this. Of course, if you have outdoor plans here the next couple of days, there will be chances for rain and storms. Will it be a constant situation? Absolutely not. But will you have to tangle with some showers and storms? If you are outside, it's a possibility. And remember, if you can hear thunder, that means that lightning is close enough that could hit you. So if you hear thunder, head indoors. Of course, showers and storms will be part of the story. The interactive radar there on the app is going to be your friend. Spotty opportunities here today, more widely scattered for Saturday, and then just scattered downpours off and on as we head through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as a frontal boundary sluggishly works its way through the area. And that's as a ridge of high pressure that has been dominating our weather pattern in the last couple of days starts to nudge farther off to the east, off of the eastern seaboard. And eventually the Gulf moisture starts to filter in behind that, and a couple of fronts to come along with it as well. Well, all of that will facilitate better chances for rain and storms. Notice again, even on to Monday, some scattered downpours. Lull in the activity for the morning hours. The afternoon gets a little bit more active, and do it all over again on Wednesday. Though the front on Wednesday may be a little farther to the south as drier air, northerly breezes tries to get in here. You'll see actually a dip in our humidity levels ever so slightly as we head into that time frame. So there's some indication here, once we get past a little dip here today, that after the next couple of days of being pretty steamy, there may be another dip that comes in here through the mid portion of next week, and that'll bring us a better chance for some drier air. Briefly, at least. And you'll see that with the overnight low temperatures dipping into the upper 60s and low 70s by the mid portion of next week. In the meantime, though, yeah, spotty downpour chances for today. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. Keep it going as we head through the weekend off and on. High temperatures again, low to mid 90s here tomorrow. I think Sunday may be upper 80s to low 90s, just depending on if and when shower and storm chances are able to move into your backyard. Scattered downpours to continue Monday and Tuesday. A little drier scenario to play out Wednesday. It just depends on how quickly the front can work its way down to the south. Spotty opportunities beyond that as we head into the end of next week. Of course, we've got several fireworks displays going on next Thursday and Friday. Temperatures low in mid 90s. You get the idea. The heat's going to crank back up as a new ridge develops out of Mexico and starts building into the southeastern U.S. That'll help to push the temperatures up and the rain chances back down as we head through that time frame.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always love checking in with our friends at Memphis Botanic Garden. A busy, busy time for them. They got the Live at the Garden concert series all ready to go this weekend. I'm joined now by Carly Zamora joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Adult Education Coordinator for us. Carly, what's going on? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We're so happy to talk with y'all this morning. We're starting to see a little bit of a drizzle roll in, but that's the great thing about the garden is even when it rains, the scenery is still beautiful. If anything, it's just making the plants look even better. So it's a good time out here.
Oh, it always is, and I love seeing it, and I love it when you guys talk to us and you're out and about in the 96 acres. It's looking great. So we know we got the big concert coming up this weekend with Third Eye Blind. What else is going on? Because I know you guys have events throughout the summer and really throughout the year.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're so excited about having our first concert of the season this Saturday with Third Eye Blind. I know I'll be there. I'm super thrilled about it. Some other things that we have coming up is actually a brand new series that we're introducing. It is called our Sip and Stroll series. So the first Thursday of the month, we are actually taking guests on an in-depth look at each of our gardens. So the way that we kind of laid this out is each individual garden is going to have its own opportunity to shine and to really be able to talk about what went into that garden, some different concepts and things to talk about. Additionally, what we're excited about is we're bringing in community partners that kind of fit the theme of the garden. So our first one coming up is actually on July 3rd. The fun thing that we get to talk about is our urban home garden. So when you think about home gardening, a lot of people think about raised beds and fruits and vegetables, but we have a lot of really cool concepts. We also have beekeeping, we have chicken coops, we have a type of growing fruit trees called espalier. All of these crazy concepts that maybe you wouldn't think about and more, we're going to discuss in a very casual, laid back tour. That's my kind of goal with all of our adult education programming, is to make it fun, casual, very approachable to anyone that comes in.
So I'm curious because this has piqued my interest here. First ever Sip and Stroll series. You have one. It looks like you have one in July, August, September, October, November. Tell me once again. So is it like a home improvement? Like the July one's focused on home improvement stuff, or is it something more than that?
Yeah. So I think that the cool concept behind the Sip and Stroll tours that we'll be doing is we want to give information that you can apply to your life. So if that's something you're interested in, is how do I grow a tomato plant? That's stuff that we'll be covering. But if you're a seasoned gardener and you've done this and you said, I've been out in my garden for 20 plus years, you can come to the Sip and Stroll series and still learn something new and fun and cool. And the great part about this is because we're rotating between each garden, we have different ideas and different kind of concepts to cover. So maybe you're not super interested in, let's say, home gardening. You don't really want to do the vegetable gardens. Guess what? We have another series, which I'm super excited about. Our October one is all about potions and poisons. So that'll be like a really fun Halloween one that we do. That's all going to talk about like the history of medicinal use of plants and also how it was used in history to poison people. So we have the mixture of the really fun with the really useful information all combined.
I love it. I love it. That's cool. Very cool, very creative. And so each month there's going to be a different theme, and this is going for, is it on Saturdays? Is it the first, another part of the week? It's give us a rundown of when it is and when we can see the theme for each of those days.
Absolutely. So they are going to be on the first Thursday of the month. So check your calendar, whatever that may be. Like I said, our first one's July 3rd. Each theme we will have up on our calendar. You can visit our Things to Do calendar under membg.org to see all of the dates. But just as a rundown, our first theme will be our urban home garden. Our second will be our herb garden. Our third will be our My Big Backyard, our children's area, where all the kids will be back to school and all the adults get to come in and see what's going on there. Our fourth will be our special Halloween edition. And then our fifth will be our woodlands, where we actually get to go run through the woods and see what we have that going on out there.
Very cool. I love it. That sounds fantastic. What made you guys come up with this idea? It's very creative, and I know that a lot of people will enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, kind of talking about the name in and of itself, Sip and Stroll, this is actually a 21 plus event. The reason that we have it 21 plus is because with the purchase of your ticket, you get 2 specialty cocktails, which we will theme around the garden. So, we're really excited about that. One of the vendors that we'll be working with, or one of the community partners for our first one, is actually Delta Dirt, where they take sweet potatoes to make it into their spirits. So, we have this thought of how do we combine these community partners, have them out in the garden, have them out talking, and then I actually will be leading the tours. So I personally take a lot of interest in each of our individual areas and all the things we have to offer. And when all these ideas were floating around, we just thought, let's just combine them and make them a nice, casual, fun atmosphere for everyone. It's also low quantity numbers for these tours. So you won't have these huge groups where you can't talk to the tour guide or talk to the partners. All of these tours are very limited, so make sure you get your tickets now to have that opportunity to come see them.
One more thing, Carly. You mentioned that you're a part of putting it together and running the various events. Are there certain experts? So, for example, you have your garden, your garden one, that theme. Is there going to be someone that runs a seasonal garden that can really kind of give you those tips? How's that going to work?
Yeah, absolutely. So I like to say that I'm there for kind of the fun, casual conversations. I know a lot about our garden, but I definitely don't know more than our horticulturists. So we will have a horticulturist on site to be able to talk about this different areas, since they're the ones that actually put the plants in the ground and maintain them throughout the year. So we'll have experts in that fashion. Another partner that we'll have is Everbloom Pharmacy. Everbloom Pharmacy specializes in their own gardens themselves, and we actually donate a lot of our food profit that we kind of have, or the extra groceries that we have from our urban home garden, to Everbloom Pharmacy. So they'll be talking about community gardens, how to get involved. Maybe you don't have a garden in your backyard, but you want to start and have this kind of built up. We will have so many different ranges of people to talk to that, like I said, if you're casual or if you're already an expert on your own, this will be a really fun experience for everyone.
Fantastic. I love it. Carly Zamora joining us on the digital desk about Memphis Botanic Garden and their new series, Sip and Stroll. First one, July 3rd, a season garden showcase, I guess you could call it, where you guys will be really kind of focused in and dialed in to really kind of enhance people who have been gardening for 10, 20 years or more. Anything else we can touch on, Carly, before we let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a series that we plan to continue throughout the new year. So please make sure that you keep an eye on our website. That's membg.org to see all of the future dates. We really hope to hit each individual part of our garden. So if you don't see one of the gardens you would be interested in, stay tuned till 2026 when we'll have a lot more running throughout the entire year.
Awesome. All right. Well, listen, we appreciate it, Carly Zamora. As always, when you and others join us on the digital desk from Memphis Botanic Garden, always really enjoying that gem in Memphis and the Mid-South. Thank you so very much.
Of course. Y'all have a great morning.
Okay, you do News 5 digital desk. There is a new exhibit at the Children's Museum of Memphis. I remember when my kids were young, we always used to go go to the Children's Museum of Memphis. It's so great. It's so wonderful for them. Just get totally immersed in whatever section and whatever area, whatever play area they can get into. This one is really interesting because kids are going to be able to have this kind of immersive experience with an ocean exhibit. It's called Ocean and Me, and joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, the CEO of the Children's Museum of Memphis, also a developmental psychologist, Dr. Stuart Burgess, on the Action News 5 digital desk. So tell me a little bit about Ocean and Me, Stuart. Good morning.
Good morning. Ocean and Me is super exciting. I love that you use the word immersive because it's designed to be just that. All of the play and learning that goes on in Ocean and Me is designed to happen as if you were under the sea. It really focuses a lot on celebrating reading and making reading particularly interesting and a focal point of the experience. Also problem solving. There's some math slid in there tied to treasure and jewels on the bottom of the ocean floor to make it really fun and exciting. And then there are all things ocean, wacky ocean facts of all kinds that even make adults go, "Are you serious? I can't believe that." And that's all designed to make it so that kids and their adults share the sort of, oh, wow, experience of learning in a meaningful, immersive, and interesting context.
That sounds amazing, Stuart. It really sounds good. Tell me what age it caters to. I know that there are all kinds of ages that go to the Children's Museum. What age is this exhibit specifically catered to?
So this one really probably works well for anybody from about 4 to 12 or so. But younger kids will enjoy the immersive quality of it. The lights are down low, and there's uplighting to make it look a little oceany inside. There are lots of fun things that you can do that are pretty straightforward, so you don't have to be a reader to be able to enjoy this. The other piece is in the reading scenarios, the setups that we have, including a giant undersea dome where you have plastic bubble chairs that adults and children sit in together. It can be that the adult is reading a story to the child. It doesn't have to be the child who's reading. And so there's pretty wide range, actually.
Fantastic. Okay. So this exhibit, I understand, goes through the month of August. And we're talking about all kinds of different things because I'm reading about it and I see that it has like puffer fish. You have a sunken ship there, submersible, a fish wall. What is the most popular, because it's been open now for a few days, what's been the most popular area that you've seen kids really enjoy?
They go all over it. So they really kind of pinball machine all the different parts, which is our intention, to make each of the learning and playful space vignettes to really attract kids. They love to rearrange all of these fish on Velcro walls into schools of fish and to learn about which kinds of fish group together in schools and which don't and all of that. We think there are a couple new pieces this year. There's a really cool Find the Treasure challenge, which we think that kids are going to really gravitate toward, and I'm looking forward to watching that.
Absolutely, Stuart. Thank you. Anything else you want to mention about this? I mean, how can people see it? How much does it cost to get into the exhibit? If you're a member, non-member, that sort of thing.
Sure. This is no additional charge. So after you pay your entrance fee, or if you're already a member, this is just part of the experience that we add to sort of the return on investment that you get for paying a little bit of money to make sure your kids are having a great time learning. It's about 3,000 square feet, and it's also the ocean theme, and bringing down the lights and a nice air-conditioned space is a nice complement or counterpoint to some of the outdoor play and our splash pad during the summer. So that's super exciting. And if reading is also a big ticket item on your list for summer, which it always should be for children of all ages. Then we've also got a brand new reading challenge program called Level Up that kids and parents and grandparents are being really excited about.
Fantastic. And I know that if museum members get in for free, non-members, it's $18 to enter. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
Okay, Dr. Stuart Burgess with Children's Museum of Memphis. Thanks for coming on the Digital Desk and telling us about that latest display, that latest exhibit, Ocean and Me. Sounds fantastic for all the kids this summer. We appreciate your time. Thanks for all you do at the museum, too.
You're welcome.
All right. Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are always trying to have optimal health, especially this summer where we're trying to get in shape. We're trying to be optimally healthy, both mentally and physically, nutrition-wise. And one of the things that we all have to keep in mind is that your oral health, your mouth health has to be optimal as well if you want to lead a healthy life. And joining me right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Dr. Kevin Reed, a family dentist, to talk a little bit more about the importance of oral health. And Kevin, good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about why the health of your mouth is so important to your overall health. Good morning.
Yes, Andrew, thank you. Listen, we all know about how important it is to have our teeth, right? We love our smiles. But what they've come up with in the last 10 to 15 years is the link between your teeth, your gums, and the blood supply that's going to your oral cavities and the rest of your body. And what we know, what they've proven, is that periodontal disease, which is over 70% of America after, of the world really, after 40 has periodontal disease. We know periodontal disease is a causal agent, a causal factor of some pretty serious systemic problems, such as heart disease, diabetes, stroke, the potential for strokes, Alzheimer's even, and preterm labor. That's just to name a few.
Yeah, there's no question that that kind of situation where you do not take care of your mouth and your body overall suffers. There's no question about it. So let's talk about some fundamental ways, Kevin, because we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning on the Digital Desk. I know that your family practice has been in business now for 75 years. So where can people start to really kind of take care of their health orally when it comes to not only seeing a dentist, of course, but in between those dentist visits?
Well, so we don't just blow by that, though. Obviously, quote, seeing the dentist, but coming to a dentist where you get a comprehensive exam, where they are checking the amount of bleeding in your mouth, they're checking for your cavities. That is, and you're getting professional help from the hygienist and the dentist. That is like the number one step. And then they're going to help you tailor your home care, which is going to be brushing. Nowadays, there's some excellent electric brushes. Oral-B makes one, Sonicare makes one. They're fantastic. In addition to the manual brushing, which is when you brush your teeth, what we want you to know is think that you're brushing your gums. If you brush your gums, your teeth will get cleaned. And that is the most important factor in your mouth is the gums, the periodontal, which is gums. And then, of course, obviously people know about flossing. The electric brushes help with that for those that slack a little bit on flossing, but we recommend flossing. And the third adjunct that we recommend is a water pick. And then the amount of times that you come back to the dentist is really important, and that would be your maintenance care. Some people it's 3 months, some people it's 4 months. A healthy periodontal situation would be 6 months.
Let's talk about certain foods that you see in your practice that get people in trouble when it comes to their mouth, the oral care, that sort of thing.
Well, here is a very simple rule that we preach every day in our practice and have for 30 years. They've done studies about the amount of sugar that is retained in your saliva. And so let's be clear about one essential rule, and that is cavities can only start by sugar. So every time I have something with sugar, a lot of times it's liquid. It could be my coffee. It could be the morning Coke. That's not a problem if you have it in 30 minutes. The problem is every time you sip a drink that has sugar or eat a food that has sugar or a food that is a carbohydrate that can turn to sugar, every time you do that, your saliva retains enough sugar for 30 minutes to cause decay. So then when you put on top of that whatever your genetic makeup is, if you happen to have hard teeth, that may not be as big a factor. But if you've got softer teeth, that's a huge factor. So sugar is the number one element. We call it the 30-minute rule. Just remember, every time you have sugar in any form, it's a 30-minute rule. It's going to be in there for 30 minutes. So if you do that all day, you're bathing your teeth. And that is really the number one thing, is sugar. Now, I tell our patients, don't worry about your meals. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, have sugar. It's not a problem. Because what do we know? Even if you don't brush, now if you went and brushed, it would be gone, right? But if you don't brush right after the meal, we know it's going to be gone in 30 minutes. So the number one way to take care of your teeth is regular visits, but eliminate sugar between meals. You can use fake sugar. I'm not going to speak to whether or not fake sugar causes other problems. That's beyond my expertise. But fake sugar does not cause decay.
Yeah, no, that's good advice. Sugar causing cavities, that's huge, Kevin. Thank you. What about oral cancer, and how prevalent is it? Ways to prevent it, that sort of thing.
Again, we go back to the same theme. That is one of the most important things we're going to do in your checkups. Your initial checkup, your follow-up maintenance checkups, we're going to be checking, and the best way to check for oral cancer is visually. And we do palpate and we look at the tongue and different areas that you can't see, but visually is the number one way. There are other devices out there that can shine a light, that can show areas of concern. Certainly if we see an area of concern, we send you to an oral surgeon and they do biopsies. You want to eliminate things that potentially cause cancer. And let's talk about such as smokeless tobacco, such as regular smoking, cigars, cigarettes, that sort of thing. Let's go to the prevalence of oral cancer. It is on the rise. It has become a very significant health risk. I've been doing this 43 years. I know. I only look like I've been doing it 35, but I've been doing this 43 years, and the amount of cancer that we saw 40 years ago was nothing compared to the amount that we see now and send into people. Roughly 60,000 new cases in the United States occur every year. That's a lot. So oral cancer, big, big concern.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Kevin?
You know, I think it gets back to regular care. I think the biggest mistakes are the perception that if I, as an individual, look in my mouth and I don't see anything and I don't feel anything, that everything must be okay. Unfortunately, by the time we see or feel, it's probably gotten to a point that now we're in more serious problems such as root canals, crowns, or extractions. So I think they get in the mistake of not doing the daily maintenance and not doing the however much you need to do during the year, 1, 2, 3, or 4 visits with a dentist. I think that's the biggest mistakes, and too much sugar. People don't understand about sugar. You know, again, I go back to that. People would say, well, Doc, I only have one Coke a day. I go, that's fine. How long does it take you to drink your Coke? Well, I keep it on my desk and I have it all day long. So it's not quantity, it's frequency. And so I think sugar, I think lack of daily care, I think lack of regular maintenance visits with your dentist. That's the three big areas.
That's great. I appreciate that. Three big bullet points right there. Anything else before we let you go, Kevin? This has been very informative for our viewers.
Well, I would just encourage you to find a dentist, Google them. We've got a fun documentary you can see about our practice, but there's 8,000 dentists in Shelby County, and they're great. And so find a dentist, find a dental home that fits you. Maybe it fits your insurance, whatever it needs to be for you to be able to use that plan. And let's go there. Let's let them guide you in your personal home care. And I think that's where you go. I think that's what you do.
All right. I appreciate it. Dr. Kevin Reed with Reed
one more
Family
thing.
Dentistry.
One more.
Yeah.
One more thing, Andrew.
Okay.
I did forget. And I don't know where I stand on this, but I want to bring it up. One of the things that's in the news right now is taking out fluoride from the water. And I didn't mention fluoride. I should be a dentist. I should say absolutely don't do that. What I'm going to tell you is after 18 to 20 years of age, fluoride in the water does nothing for your teeth. It does nothing for mature enamel. It's for children, okay? So there could be some argument. Maybe there's some scientific evidence that we didn't used to have, and maybe there's some reason why that could sometimes happen in communities. But what is there, what we've been using for 20 years, is we put fluoride on your teeth now, even as adults, and it's 22,000 parts per million, and it actually incorporates and strengthens the enamel. We didn't used to have that until about 15 or 20 years ago. So we do treat adult teeth with fluoride, and that's very important for hardening the teeth. In the water, great, very important for children. In the toothpaste, it's really insignificant. 80 to 100 parts per million does nothing really in the toothpaste. So that's important, fluoride.
Okay. All right. Well, you got that in there, Dr. Kevin Reed. We appreciate your time. Thanks for explaining how important oral care is to our overall health, where people make mistakes, what people can do, just simple, easy steps to live a optimal, healthy life. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Certainly a great conversation there with Kevin Reed there. Been in business now for over 40 years. Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Andrew. How are you?
Good. Good to have you back. How are things?
It's going really well. Business is good.
Good. Good. What's your title these days? Is it still lifetime trainer? What is it?
I'm still a lifetime trainer. I wear a lot of different hats. I'm a lifetime trainer, nutrition coach, group fitness, signature classes. Yeah, a lot of different hats here.
Okay, good. We got about 20 seconds to you. I just wanted to say hello and appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, of course. Glad to be back.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, if you've stepped outside, you know that the heat is on this summer in Memphis and the Mid-South. Going to be a hot one as it is each and every year. So what's the best way to hydrate yourself? A lot of people say, okay, hydration, I got to drink lots of water. Well, what about electrolytes? And what about really kind of fulfilling your body with all that energy in addition to just water? When should we use electrolytes? When should we not? Which one should we use? Is there too much sugar involved? It's a lot to sort out when it comes to hydrating your body, especially in the summer months. Let's bring in someone in the know right now. I'm joined by Kristen Skinner. She works at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, fitness trainer, group trainer, a leader there. Kristen, glad to have you back on the Digital Desk. So I don't know if you get that question a lot, how to hydrate yourself, but certainly that is a big question right now. Where do we begin on this conversation? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks so much for having me on. It's funny because there's a lot of trends out there right now. If you look at TikTok or Instagram or even Facebook, there's a lot of trends going around with different types of electrolytes, different drinks. And even here in the club, people come in with all different types of drinks from, carbonated to in their shaker bottles. So the bigger question is, what are electrolytes and why do we need them? What do they do? And to get down just to the basics of it, the electrolytes are minerals like sodium, potassium, magnesium. They help your body to stay hydrated. They help your muscles to really work properly. Sometimes we don't even know that things are out of balance. We have these different symptoms and we try to treat them in different ways, but we don't know that it's due to an electrolyte imbalance. Like if you feel fatigued, you might think that, it could be something off with hormones, which could be the case, but it could also be an electrolyte imbalance. If there's muscle cramps, that could be magnesium, but magnesium could be due to, not enough electrolytes in your body. If you're having headaches or that general, blah feeling, I call it the bewitching hour in the afternoon. A lot of people are prone to just go for that next cup of coffee, but we are naturally losing electrolytes all day as we sweat, as we breathe through our just normal bodily functions.
Yeah, no question. I get that, and sometimes I'll look at some of those electrolytes. I'll read the label and I'll see, the first ingredient is sugar, and I'm like, whoa, wait a second. These electrolytes should have much more when it comes to potassium and magnesium and other minerals, right? I mean, when it comes to a supplement of electrolytes, what should we be looking for?
100%, I totally agree. First, you want to avoid the added sugars. So especially if your first ingredient is sugar, especially artificial sweeteners, you want to avoid the artificial sweeteners, avoid the dyes and colors. So when you're looking at a label, look for clear labeling, the natural flavoring, real ingredients. I've taught my daughter that you want to look for ingredients that you can actually pronounce, and look for products that are third-party tested. Here at Lifetime, all of our products are third-party tested. Our LTH Hydrate is one of our greatest electrolyte supplements. It's blended with real sea salt, key minerals. There's no added sugars, and it's third-party tested.
Excellent. Let me ask you this, because let's say, we're not working out, okay? We're inside the office, and, a lot of times here at my newsroom, in our studio, we have different things about hydration, drinking lots of water, drinking a lot more than people might typically drink. Is there maybe a guideline of how much water we should drink a day, even if we don't go outside and, play any kind of sport? Just going to work, should we be drinking a certain amount?
Sure. If you think about your body weight in kilograms, now that's a lot. Let's say if you have an average human, 1 pound per kilogram of body weight, if you're aiming for, even the easy way is 8-ounce glasses. That would put you at 64 ounces in a day. Okay, that's an easy no-brainer, and it should be something that everyone could accomplish. If you started with just a bottle of water or your water bottle that you carry every day and aim to refill it 4 times, average water bottle will be somewhere between 12 and 24 ounces. So if you had a pretty big cup like that, if you just aim to refill that about 4 times, that would be pretty good, especially if you're not planning to be outside, if you're not planning to be active. But I'm glad you brought that up, because adding in electrolytes are not for everybody. And so if you have a desk job and you're sitting inside all day, it might not be necessary that you have to actually add in more electrolytes. Just drinking plenty of water would be ideal.
Excellent. Good to hear. Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Kristen, when it comes to hydration?
Well, I would say one of the biggest mistakes is not starting soon enough. So making sure that we've got our bodies efficiently hydrated, starting early. Also, making sure you've got the right products. You're not starting with something that's based on sugar. Especially if you're going to be in hot and humid conditions. make sure you start early and then keep it onboarding as you go. You can also alternate between some electrolytes and water, but where a lot of people nowadays, I feel like, make a lot of mistakes is they're not getting enough rest and they're drinking a lot of caffeine or taking a lot of caffeine supplements and misperceiving the cues that their body is beginning to dehydrate when an electrolyte supplement would be really helpful.
Good point, Kristen. Anything else you can mention right now that our thousands of people who watch us each and every morning might find perhaps to their advantage this summer?
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits when it comes to supplementing with an electrolyte. If you think about your hydration efficiency, your body actually uses water more effectively when electrolytes are present. So sometimes, especially when it's really hot and humid, plain water can just go right through you. But with an electrolyte, it actually gets absorbed and utilized at the cellular level, so it can apply more benefits when it comes to hydrating your cells. If you're using it during workouts, whether you're inside or outside, you have sustained energy. Sometimes, during workouts, especially if you have a longer workout, you feel like you hit a wall about 30 minutes into your workout, but having that proper electrolyte balance can help to maintain the blood volume and supports consistent muscle contractions throughout the workout. Not only during your workout, but then your recovery after the workout, electrolytes can help to reduce muscle soreness and support the repair process that happens after exercise. And then last, your focus and your clarity. If you're not hydrated, you tend to feel foggy. So proper hydration with electrolytes supports that cognitive function and reduces that afternoon brain fog.
Nice. Okay, just to recap, when it comes to electrolytes and what we should include if we in fact do have electrolytes in our water, we're talking about minerals like sodium, potassium, magnesium, sea salt, anything else?
It's okay to look for things that you like. So when looking at some of the hydration supplements that we have a new flavor called spicy margarita. So just let your imagination take hold, right? If you like some type of mocktail, like today I have a blood orange margarita in a mocktail. One that I also like is a peach mango refresher. So we have a peach mango flavor. So you don't necessarily have to buy an electrolyte drink right off the shelf. A lot of times we're looking for things that we would like, things that would taste good. But if I like fresh oranges, I can shake up a blood orange flavor and put some fresh fruit in there and make it customized just for me. So I'm kind of planning up some 4th of July mocktails to go along with my electrolyte supplement.
I'll take a spicy margarita later this afternoon. Kristen Skinner, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate the knowledge. Very beneficial, certainly, and very timely for the summer months. Thank you.
Absolutely. Y'all have a great day.
Okay, you do the same. All right. Another live look from our High Five camera. From our new downtown camera. Look at that shot downtown. Gorgeous there on a Friday. Here's the thing, though. It's already 82 degrees. Going to heat up considerably. Your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, a variably cloudy sky as we go through the course of the day. Morning 70s will continue their upward trend towards the low and mid 90s this afternoon. A couple spotty downpours, but not everybody getting wet. Southwesterly breezes coming in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. A lot of things going on this weekend. Maybe you got some plans, or if you don't, maybe you want to head over to see some fireworks in West Memphis at Tilden Rogers Park. Freedom Fest going on here this evening, 5 to 9. Temperatures in the upper 80s at 5 o'clock, easing down to the low 80s by 9. And yeah, still a chance of a stray shower, but many of you will probably get away with the time frame dry. There will still be a few scattered downpours here and there as we go through the course of the afternoon and early evening. Temperatures will top out generally in the low to mid 90s. Good thing is that we're not talking about the feels like temperatures going too far above 105 in most instances here today, but still plenty hot if you're not seeing a shower or thunderstorm to cool you off. Showers and storms will tend to fade away as we head through the early evening hours. That's about 6 o'clock in the evening. Again, partly clear skies. Temperatures starting off on your Saturday morning with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A little better chance for widely spaced showers and storms. Notice a lot of you may get away without much fanfare as we head towards the afternoon hours of your Saturday. So if you got pool plans, I think you're mostly in good shape, but you can't rule it out that you could find yourself with some widely spaced showers and thunderstorms through the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. These showers and storms may have a little bit of staying power past sunset. We'll do the whole process over again, and the coverage may be a little greater heading into your Sunday with temperatures that will top out upper 80s to near 90 degrees going into Sunday, as a front slips a little farther down to the south and eventually fades away. And guess what? It'll be a lather, rinse, repeat situation that will take us into the early portions of next week. I want you to stay weather aware with this. Of course, if you have outdoor plans here the next couple of days, there will be chances for rain and storms. Will it be a constant situation? Absolutely not. But will you have to tangle with some showers and storms? If you are outside, it's a possibility. And remember, if you can hear thunder, that means that lightning is close enough that could hit you. So if you hear thunder, head indoors. Of course, showers and storms will be part of the story. The interactive radar there on the app is going to be your friend. Spotty opportunities here today, more widely scattered for Saturday, and then just scattered downpours off and on as we head through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as a frontal boundary sluggishly works its way through the area. And that's as a ridge of high pressure that has been dominating our weather pattern in the last couple of days starts to nudge farther off to the east, off of the eastern seaboard. And eventually the Gulf moisture starts to filter in behind that, and a couple of fronts to come along with it as well. Well, all of that will facilitate better chances for rain and storms. Notice again, even on to Monday, some scattered downpours. Lull in the activity for the morning hours. The afternoon gets a little bit more active, and do it all over again on Wednesday. Though the front on Wednesday may be a little farther to the south as drier air, northerly breezes tries to get in here. You'll see actually a dip in our humidity levels ever so slightly as we head into that time frame. So there's some indication here, once we get past a little dip here today, that after the next couple of days of being pretty steamy, there may be another dip that comes in here through the mid portion of next week, and that will bring us a better chance for some drier air. Briefly, at least. And you'll see that with the overnight low temperatures dipping into the upper 60s and low 70s by the mid portion of next week. In the meantime, though, yeah, spotty downpour chances for today. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. Keep it going as we head through the weekend off and on. High temperatures again, low to mid 90s here tomorrow. I think Sunday may be upper 80s to low 90s, just depending on if and when shower and storm chances are able to move into your backyard. Scattered downpours to continue Monday and Tuesday. A little drier scenario to play out Wednesday. It just depends on how quickly the front can work its way down to the south. Spotty opportunities beyond that as we head into the end of next week. Of course, we've got several fireworks displays going on next Thursday and Friday. Temperatures low and mid 90s. You get the idea. The heat's going to crank back up as a new ridge develops out of Mexico and starts building into the southeastern U.S. That'll help to push the temperatures up and the rain chances back down as we head through that time frame.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, our next guest is someone that's had great success in the music industry. She is an American folk singer, songwriter. She is someone who is very accomplished. In fact, her songs have been covered by various people you are very familiar with. Tim McGraw, Blake Shelton, Jimmy Buffett, just to name a few there. She's also a Grammy-nominated musician here for her 2018 album, Rifles and Rosary Beads, co-written by U.S. veterans and their families. I'm happy to be joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Mary Gaucher joining us. And I understand, Mary, you're going to be coming to Memphis later this month. Good morning.
Yes, hi, good morning. Yes, indeed. I'm looking at the June 28th date as an opportunity to be back in Memphis, and thanks for having me on today.
Yeah, no, it's good to meet you and get to know you a little bit about you and your accomplishments. You know, being a folk singer and a songwriter, you have to have inspiration, I would think, and at least to be a successful one. You certainly are that. Where does that inspiration come from, Mary?
Oh gosh, I wish I could answer that. I think artists pull from life, and what we do in folk music is try to create stories that make people have an emotional response because they relate to it. In another day and time, I would have been considered a country songwriter in the 70s, but today I'm more aligned with the folk category of music genre. But I'm a story-based songwriter, and the famous successful artists that record my songs resonate with the stories that I tell in my songs.
That's fantastic. Tell me about the biggest joys about going to various venues across the country and performing. What are some of the joys, and what are some of the things that you still hope to accomplish? Because you've already accomplished a lot.
Yeah, I play all over the world. We are citizens of the world at this point. We travel 150, 160 shows a year. We travel constantly. I got home at 2 a.m. last night. I meet people everywhere, and that's super interesting to have connections with people in cities all over the world, and to see them when I get to town and share a meal or sit in the green room or meet new folks at the merchandise table at the end of the show. That's a joyful thing to get connected with people in different cities all over the place. And as far as what my goals are at this point, I just want to keep writing songs that people care about, songs that people say matter to them.
For songs covered by well-known acts out there, I mean, Tim McGraw, Blake Shelton, Jimmy Buffett, just to name a few. There was a number of other people on that list, but certainly our audience will know them. Why do you think your songs resonate with such a large audience, especially those that are, artists out there that are so accomplished?
Well, I think it's because they emotionally connect with an audience. I think people can get inside the song and see themselves, and they relate to it. And the artists at that level that are playing huge arenas, selling millions and millions of records, hundreds of millions of streams on the platforms, they want to connect with their audience, and they're always looking for songs that go into people's hearts and stay there. And I think that's my strength, that's the kind of writer that I am. I'm not a hit songwriter. I'm a songwriter that writes songs that tells the human story, the story of what it is to be alive today, and what it feels like, and the struggles and the victories and the experience of love and losing love. And I'm strong in the story department, and I keep saying that because that's really what I do. I'm a storyteller through song.
There's so much music and music history here in Memphis. Have you been here before? What's it like playing here?
Many, many times. I've played Memphis probably 8 or 9 times at this point. I've hit all the music sites multiple times. Memphis is a city rich in music history and rich in history, and it's just a incredible place to do what I do and to bring it to the people at the ground level. That's where I work.
So you have a concert coming up later this month, June 28th, at the Memphis Alano Club. Tell me who inspires you when it comes to music and when it comes to being a singer-songwriter, and what can concert goers or fans expect when you perform later this month?
I get my inspiration from so many different sources, books and films and other songwriters, having conversations with people. What I am is a troubadour, and a troubadour is a simple thing. We go town to town to town and tell stories and connect with people. It's not a big, huge arena type show. It's kind of the opposite. It's sitting around in a room where people are quiet and listening to the song stories. It's a bottle of water, a spotlight, and a bar stool, a guitar, and a person who has stories to tell. That's what I do, and that's what I will do in Memphis at the Alano Club.
It sounds like a very intimate setting, certainly with your concerts. Anything else you'd like to share with our audience? We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk, Mary.
Yes. Well, storytelling is still alive. It's a beautiful and connective art form. I hope some of the listeners would come join us and experience that in person. Most people go to the big, huge shows where there's thousands and thousands of people. And what I'm doing is different than that. It's almost like I'm connecting personally with everyone that's in the room. It'll be a smaller experience in terms of size, but a bigger experience, I think, in terms of emotional impact. And so if you're into that, come on down to the Alano Club on June 28th.
Okay, Mary Gaucher joining us on the Digital Desk. Thank you, and congratulations on a successful career and what you're doing. And we appreciate you coming to Memphis, and we're looking forward to your concert June 28th at the Memphis Alano Club. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me on. Have a beautiful day. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, a variably cloudy sky as we go through the course of the day. Morning 70s will continue their upward trend towards the low and mid 90s this afternoon. A couple spotty downpours, but not everybody getting wet. Southwesterly breezes coming in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. A lot of things going on this weekend. Maybe you got some plans, or if you don't, maybe you want to head over to see some fireworks in West Memphis at Tilden Rogers Park. Freedom Fest going on here this evening, 5 to 9. Temperatures in the upper 80s at 5 o'clock, easing down down to the low 80s by 9. And yeah, still a chance of a stray shower, but many of you will probably get away with the time frame dry. There will still be a few scattered downpours here and there as we go through the course of the afternoon and early evening. Temperatures will top out generally in the low to mid 90s. Good thing is that we're not talking about the feels like temperatures going too far above 105 in most instances here today, but still plenty hot if you're not seeing a shower or thunderstorm to cool you off. Showers and storms will tend to fade away as we head through the early evening hours. That's about 6 o'clock in the evening. Again, partly clear skies, temperatures starting off on your Saturday morning with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A little better chance for widely spaced showers and storms. Notice a lot of you may get away without much fanfare as we head towards the afternoon hours of your Saturday. So if you got pool plans, I think you're mostly in good shape, but you can't rule it out that you could find yourself with some widely spaced showers and thunderstorms through the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. These showers and storms may have a little bit of staying power past sunset. We'll do the whole process over again, and the coverage may be a little greater heading into your Sunday with temperatures that will top out upper 80s to near 90 degrees going into Sunday, as a front slips a little farther down to the south and eventually fades away. And guess what? It'll be a lather, rinse, repeat situation that will take us into the early portions of next week. I want you to stay weather aware with this. Of course, if you have outdoor plans here the next couple of days, there will be chances for rain and storms. Will it be a constant situation? Absolutely not. But will you have to tangle with some showers and storms? If you are outside, it's a possibility. And remember, if you can hear thunder, that means that lightning is close enough that could hit you. So if you hear thunder, head indoors. Of course, showers and storms will be part of the story. The interactive radar there on the app is going to be your friend. Spotty opportunities here today, more widely scattered for Saturday, and then just scattered downpours off and on as we head through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as a frontal boundary sluggishly works its way through the area. And that's as a ridge of high pressure that has been dominating our weather pattern in the last couple of days starts to nudge farther off to the east, off of the eastern seaboard. And eventually the Gulf moisture starts to filter in behind that, and a couple of fronts to come along with it as well. Well, all of that will facilitate better chances for rain and storms. Notice again, even on to Monday, some scattered downpours. Lull in the activity for the morning hours. The afternoon gets a little bit more active, and do it all over again on Wednesday. Though the front on Wednesday may be a little farther to the south as drier air, northerly breezes tries to get in here. You'll see actually a dip in our humidity levels ever so slightly as we head into that time frame. So there's some indication here, once we get past a little dip here today, that after the next couple of days of being pretty steamy, there may be another dip that comes in here through the mid portion of next week, and that will bring us a better chance for some drier air. Briefly, at least. And you'll see that with the overnight low temperatures dipping into the upper 60s and low 70s by the mid portion of next week. In the meantime, though, yeah, spotty downpour chances for today. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. Keep it going as we head through the weekend off and on. High temperatures again, low to mid 90s here tomorrow. I think Sunday may be upper 80s to low 90s, just depending on if and when shower and storm chances are able to move into your backyard. Scattered downpours to continue Monday and Tuesday. A little drier scenario to play out Wednesday. It just depends on how quickly the front can work its way down to the south. Spotty opportunities beyond that as we head into the end of next week. Of course, we've got several fireworks displays going on next Thursday and Friday. Temperatures low in mid 90s. You get the idea. The heat's going to crank back up as a new ridge develops out of Mexico and starts building into the southeastern U.S. That'll help to push the temperatures up and the rain chances back down as we head through that time frame.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you the latest cover of La Prensa Latina. There it is. Once again, the focus is on what is happening with undocumented immigrants and the crackdown not only across the country but here in Tennessee. Let's bring in the CEO of La Prensa Latina right now on the Action News 5 digital desk. I am joined once again by Jairo Aguirre, joining us now to talk a little bit about more of La Prensa Latina, laprensalatina.com, what you guys are covering. Good morning.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the topic of conversation, it's been now for many days, weeks, and months have been through the immigration, everything that has to go, the different methods of immigration, and of course, one that's going to be coming up in 1st of July is going to be the HB 322 bill, which was passed, and now it's starting in July 1, which under this law, a person could be charged with human smuggling simply for driving someone without legal status. If authorities believe there is any financial benefit, it is considered a Class E felony, punishable by up to 6 years in prison and fines up to $3,000, which has also been a concern because this law doesn't protect like nonprofits, churches. So there's a lot of people from church leaders speaking up against this. Of course, a lot of nonprofits that protect undocumented or just immigrants that are coming in are speaking up against this law. But it's one of those topics that we are covering. We're taking a look at it, and I mean, of course, it's just as an immigrant myself, it's it's really bad for what our fellow immigrants are passing through. This is because of a lot of families also are being separated. That's, I think, the when you see these images on screen and you actually see those, that's what's really heartbreaking too. So and now they're even doing a lot of picking up people that actually have citizenship. So but there's so this law starts on July 1st, and we just kind of also cover this in La Prensa Latina just to help our community be aware of what's happening with immigration, what's happening, so you'll know how to take action against this.
Yeah, listen, I appreciate the deep dive, Jairo, on some of these topics, some of these issues that we see almost on a daily basis here at Action News 5, and to hear it from your perspective and from La Prensa Latina's perspective, it really hits home, not only to you, but also to so many of the growing community, certainly here in the Memphis metro area. So. I want to switch gears a little bit and talk a little bit about this other article that you have on La Prensa Latina here. Much different scenario. 4th of July, Independence Day holiday festivities returning to the river and beyond.
Yeah, so it's 4th of July. It's it's a day to celebrate, of course, the birth of the United States. But for family and friends here, it's a place where also we're out to see fireworks and different activities that happen around the city. And of course, we have to cover it as well. We want to showcase our communities like, hey, these are some of the places, and here's what to look for fireworks displays. And of course, on July 3rd, the fireworks extravaganza at Bobby K Park. And so there's Bartlett, there's Collarville on July 3rd, Millington celebrating early too. And I think you guys been covering it as well. I just was watching the weather just a second ago. And but yeah, so July 2nd. And of course, Germantown's July 4th festival returns to Municipal Park. And as we talked, Redbirds will host games on AutoZone Park on both July 4th and 5th with post-game fireworks. So finally, downtown Memphis comes alive at 6 p.m. on July 4th, and so look forward to catching one of those. I live in Bartlett, so I normally catch the Bartlett fireworks. Stop in, get Sonic with wife, my daughter, and it's a really great time. And of course, we don't miss it every year.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And again, you can see it on the cover of La Prensa Latina, or rather on the pages of La Prensa Latina, and all the different listings where you can check out fireworks because they're so much fun. It's such a fun family event. And they're happening all across, as you mentioned, Jairo, all across Memphis and the Mid-South. Final one, and it's a big one, I think, is all about the sports, the Grizzlies, and how the Grizzlies did this past week. What do you think?
Yeah, so of course, the Grizzlies are going to need a little bit of a change. And I think they're looking for that grit, and I think they found it. And that's why Cedric Howard is the 11th overall pick. They acquired him from Portland Trail Blazers, who originally drafted him in exchange for the 16th pick, a future first round pick, and two future second round picks, of course. But Coward comes from Washington State. He averages 17 points. Like I said, the Grizzlies see Coward as a player who kind of fits their gritty identity and could potentially team up with Jalen Wells to form a strong defensive duo. So I look forward to seeing this. And I don't know if I don't know your thoughts on it. I think he's gonna make a great fit, and I do look forward for a change in the Grizzlies. I mean, we're always rooting for them, and so
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
I agree with you. And it's interesting, Jairo, because not only Cedric Howard, known as a defensive guy, but their last pick in the second round last night, the guy from the University of Tennessee. He is someone who is considered a defensive specialist, all SEC defensive team. So defense was certainly lacking for the Grizzlies last year, and I think that the draft is proving that they're hitting on some of those deficiencies. So I really hope that they improve their defense and as a result, improve their team overall. What do you think?
No, that's right, and I mean this also comes in the Desmond Bain. He just left or is it Orlando Magic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're for sure they're making big changes. So look forward to seeing it. And of course, people get excited. New players, new seasons. So and it's here, Memphis, and so we're just eager to see this. And maybe we can catch a game sometime soon, or maybe get to catch you over there.
Yeah, that would be great. I would love it. It's we got summer league to see how they all do. First and foremost, watching them and Cedric Coward. Certainly, everyone is very excited about that selection. Not only here locally, but I noticed nationally, we got high marks for that selection at number 11. Again, these stories and much more on the pages of La Prensa Latina right now, laprensa.latina.com, and of course, where you get La Prensa Latina, it's on newsstands there. Anything else before we let you go, Jairo?
Yeah, I think I might have lost you for a second there, but
I
anyway,
am
I
so
think
sorry. I'm
no.
having some issues with our audio board, so I was just going to say, these are all the articles that you can see at La Prensa Latina, laprensa.latina.com. Again, there's the
Yes.
cover on newsstands right now. Anything else before we let you go, Jairo?
No, we want to thank you again every Friday. Just a blessing to be here with Channel 5 to spread everything that we have in La Prensa Latina, which you can go to laprensa.latina.com and our social media channels, laprensa.latina.com. We're streaming also news, so you're able to see this and other important information. So laprensa.latina.com if you want to learn more. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we appreciate it. Absolutely. Jairo Aguirre joining us as he does each and every Friday. Jairo, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Okay, another live look from our high five camera here. As we go to break, it is nice out there. It's 82 degrees, 942. As you can see, the Mississippi, the mighty Mississippi, and the skyline. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, a variably cloudy sky as we go through the course of the day. Morning 70s will continue their upward trend towards the low and mid 90s this afternoon. A couple spotty downpours, but not everybody getting wet. Southwest of the breeze is coming in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. A lot of things going on this weekend. Maybe you got some plans, or if you don't, maybe you want to head over to see some fireworks in West Memphis at Tilden Rogers Park. Freedom Fest going on here this evening, 5 to 9. Temperatures in the upper 80s at 5 o'clock, easing down to the low 80s by 9. And yeah, still a chance of a stray shower, but many of you will probably get away with the time frame dry. There will still be a few scattered downpours here and there as we go through the course of the afternoon and early evening. Temperatures will top out generally in the low to mid 90s. Good thing is that we're not talking about the feels like temperatures going too far above 105 in most instances here today, but still plenty hot if you're not seeing a shower or thunderstorm to cool you off. Showers and storms will tend to fade away as we head through the early evening hours. That's about 6 o'clock in the evening. Again, partly clear skies. Temperatures starting off on your Saturday morning with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A little better chance for widely spaced showers and storms. Notice a lot of you may get away without much fanfare as we head towards the afternoon hours of your Saturday. So if you got pool plans, I think you're mostly in good shape, but you can't rule it out that you could find yourself with some widely spaced showers and thunderstorms through the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. These showers and storms may have a little bit of staying power past sunset. We'll do the whole process over again, and the coverage may be a little greater heading into your Sunday with temperatures that will top out upper 80s to near 90 degrees going into Sunday, as a front slips a little farther down to the south and eventually fades away. And guess what? It'll be a lather, rinse, repeat situation that will take us into the early portions of next week. I want you to stay weather aware with this. Of course, if you have outdoor plans here the next couple of days, there will be chances for rain and storms. Will it be a constant situation? Absolutely not. But will you have to tangle with some showers and storms? If you are outside, it's a possibility. And remember, if you can hear thunder, that means that lightning is close enough that could hit you. So if you hear thunder, head indoors. Of course, showers and storms will be part of the story. The interactive radar there on the app is going to be your friend. Spotty opportunities here today, more widely scattered for Saturday, and then just scattered downpours off and on as we head through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as a frontal boundary sluggishly works its way through the area. And that's as a ridge of high pressure that has been dominating our weather pattern in the last couple of days starts to nudge farther off to the east, off of the eastern seaboard. And eventually the Gulf moisture starts to filter in behind that, and a couple of fronts to come along with it as well. Well, all of that will facilitate better chances for rain and storms. Notice again, even on to Monday, some scattered downpours. Lull in the activity for the morning hours. The afternoon gets a little bit more active, and do it all over again on Wednesday. Though the front on Wednesday may be a little farther to the south as drier air, northerly breezes tries to get in here. You'll see actually a dip in our humidity levels ever so slightly as we head into that time frame. So there's some indication here, once we get past a little dip here today, that after the next couple of days of being pretty steamy, there may be another dip that comes in here through the mid portion of next week, and that'll bring us a better chance for some drier air. Briefly, at least. And you'll see that with the overnight low temperatures dipping into the upper 60s and low 70s by the mid portion of next week. In the meantime, though, yeah, spotty downpour chances for today. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. Keep it going as we head through the weekend off and on. High temperatures again, low to mid 90s here tomorrow. I think Sunday may be upper 80s to low 90s, just depending on if and when shower and storm chances are able to move into your backyard. Scattered downpours to continue Monday and Tuesday. A little drier scenario to play out Wednesday. It just depends on how quickly the front can work its way down to the south. Spotty opportunities beyond that as we head into the end of next week. Of course, we've got several fireworks displays going on next Thursday and Friday. Temperatures low in mid 90s. You get the idea. The heat's going to crank back up as a new ridge develops out of Mexico and starts building into the southeastern U.S. That'll help to push the temperatures up and the rain chances back down as we head through that time frame.
Okay, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. From time to time, we always like to check in with our friend Gabe Saglier. And he is our favorite travel guy out there. And Gabe is going back in time a little bit. He's got a behind-the-scenes look at a new show. It's called Disco Show in Vegas. And Gabe, man, you look the part. Good morning.
Hey. Yeah, listen, it's a flashback. We're back in the 1970s. We are in the best disco club in New York City. Yeah, this is Disco Show, my friend, right here at the Link Hotel on the Las Vegas Strip. So this is the Glitter Loft. This is where we have a couple of drinks, you and I, to get the hips swinging. And then in we go onto the dance floor that's been all lit up. And of course, my friends have shown up. There's Anthony in the back. Here's Tina. And here's OK. OK's going to show us the cups here in just a second. But yeah, Disco Show. Just watch it. You are in it. Probably the most immersive, interactive experience in the Las Vegas Strip. They do 2 shows a night, Wednesday through Sundays. This is sort of a family-friendlier option on the Vegas Strip as well, 14 and up. This is just one of those really cool flashbacks that keep you moving all night long. You learn a couple of moves along the way. You make a couple of friends as well, and it just keeps you pumped and energized all night long. One of the great events from the folks at Spiegel World that also brought you Absinthe. Have you ever watched Absinthe? One of the best things I've ever seen. These are the same folks creatively bringing the 70s back to life here with Disco Show.
Oh my gosh, Gabe. I mean, so people can just show up and do what you're doing here? I mean, looks like you're learning some moves, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You can't help but swing your hips when you've got this, you know, those classic 70s tunes pumping, and you throw a little outfit like this on, you're part of the show. That's the beauty. You're not just watching it. It's not a passive experience. You're immersed in it, and it just feels good to let loose and be part of the show instead of just watching it from a distance.
So you mentioned this is very family friendly, 14 and up, and I understand there's some other fun family attractions there that can really stretch the dollar, huh?
Yeah. So this is the 70s, obviously, but the 80s are back in a big way as well. So nostalgia, a big part of the Las Vegas experience this summer. Check this out. The New Kids on the Block, first time ever with a Las Vegas residency. The Right Stuff, it's called. It shows starting June 20th for a limited time at the Dolby Live Theater at Park MGM. I caught up with Donnie Wahlberg. Here's what he had to say about the inspiration that Las Vegas brings to their show.
I don't know if it's the inspiration of Vegas, it's the aura of Vegas, but something has inspired us as a band to tap into things that we never have before. I just want to tell. I want to like spoil it every day, and I can't. But it's very cool.
So New Kids on the Block with The Right Stuff starting June 20th. And not to be outdone, the Backstreet Boys are also coming to Vegas. They've got an 18-show residency at the world-famous Sphere. It's called Into the Millennium, sort of a flashback to the Y2K area. And beyond that, of course, you've got Boyz II Men, Bruno Mars, Lenny Kravitz, Lady Gaga, Kelly Clarkson, and much, much more coming to Las Vegas. Many of the shows, are, of course, are family-friendly, so check those options out. But no shortage of A-list talent on the Strip for summer 2025.
Oh my gosh, it sounds amazing. Quickly, before we let you go, Gabe, where can we get some of this information you just mentioned?
All right, check out visitlasvegas.com. They've got information on all these acts, plus even some free experiences that are family-friendly throughout the summer. And before we let you go, join us in a classic dance move. Here, what's the
classic one, shall we? Here we're going to do the boxing match. We'll go
okay.
5, 6, 5, 6, stop that way. Go box, 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 head.
There it is. Back to you. See you out here at Disco Show.
All right, Gabe. That's some good stuff there. Appreciate it. Glad you're with professionals there, having a good time. Gabe Saglier in Vegas there and doing the Disco Show, a new Vegas experience.
Well, hello there. It's me, Dolly. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Coming up in just a minute, you're going to hear from one of my people who's going to tell you all about all the fun things happening here at Dollywood to celebrate our 40th anniversary season this year. You don't want to miss it. Now stay right here, and we'll be right back.
And we are back here in the Action News 5 digital desk talking about the 40th anniversary of Dollywood. Yeah, it's been around 40 years. It's going to be a spectacular summer for anyone that goes to Dollywood as they celebrate 40 years. This was something that started as a roadside attraction just on the side of the road, it seemed like, in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, East Tennessee, and is now turned into the #1 theme park in America. This is according to TripAdvisor reviews. And joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, I'm joined by Pete Owens. He is Vice President of Marketing and PR at Dollywood. And Pete, I see that you're out and about among some of the crowds there. Good morning to you. Tell me what's going on in Dollywood.
Good morning to you. It's a beautiful day here in East Tennessee. We're right on what we call Show Street, which is our front room. Right when you walk in the gate, this is the first thing that you're going to see. You see the kite sky behind me that's celebrating summer. We're getting ready to open our summer festival this summer, and as you said, it's going to be a great year for us. It is the 40th anniversary. We're celebrating all of those things that we've done in the past, but we're also trying to make new memories with families, and we've got some great new shows, including a brand new drone and fireworks show for summer that's going to do some things that folks around here, and actually folks all over the region, have probably never seen before, and that's drones that actually have fireworks on them, and they work together. So it's going to be a pretty interesting summer.
It sounds like it, and right now, you know, our audience is looking at some video from Dollywood, just a great attraction there that so many people from our area here in the Mid-South, you know, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, thousands of families here love to go to Dollywood in East Tennessee and Pigeon Forge and check things out. So when they arrive this summer, Pete, give us some details on what exactly they can expect this summer that's going to be different from years past.
Well, I mean, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary primarily with shows. We've got a brand new show called Play On that goes through the 40 years of entertainment. You said that Dollywood really started as a roadside attraction, which is true. Started with our train all the way back in 1960. But when we became Dollywood after the 1985 season of Silver Dollar City, we really started to build our brand on entertainment. I mean, obviously that makes sense for Dolly because she is a legend in the entertainment industry, and we have legendary shows. So Play On really chronicles all of that. Talked a minute ago about the summer celebration that we have with the incredible 40th anniversary drone and fireworks show, which goes part of our Sweet Summer Nights dance party that comes out in the evening as soon as it starts to get a little dusky around here. But folks can really, they can reminisce about all of the great food they've had. We're celebrating the best food for 40 years. We're celebrating the best rides over the years. And there are a lot of different little surprises and icons around that folks will remember, including a brand new sign that we've put in that is an homage to what Dolly said all the way back in 1980 when she moved to Hollywood, saw the Hollywood sign and said, "That looks like Dollywood." And we have a Dollywood sign up that is the thing that we used back in 1985 to announce Dollywood. So really some fun, cool things. But any day at Dollywood's a great day. You can go to Dollywood Splash Country, our water park. Folks from West Tennessee can come up and stay in one of our resorts, but just enjoy the day here in the Great Smoky Mountains. It's the most beautiful place on the planet and a great place to come for vacation.
I love it, Pete. So if someone's watching right now, they're interested in bringing their family, what do you recommend they do?
Well, first place to go is go to Dollywood.com. And the opportunity there is you can plan your visit. You can see what value pricing we have for the summer. We have a lot of different deals going. this summer, both for the resorts and for the parks, and an opportunity for them to see what the best thing is for them. And then before they arrive, download the Dollywood app so they have the opportunity to see show schedule, the map that we have that's on the app, and any new offers we have. We also have mobile ordering on our app, so that if you're out doing something in the park, you decide you and your family want to have lunch, you can order ahead and you can get your lunch whenever you arrive. So it is technology is new in a theme park that started with an 1880s theme, but there's a lot of trip planning tools that we have and a lot of offers we have for the summer, and that's what I would encourage folks to do first.
That sounds great. Pete Owens, Dollywood's VP of Marketing and PR. We appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, celebrating 40 years of Dollywood. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Okay, have a great summer, of course. And all right, there we go. Certainly, Dollywood is going to be an attraction for a lot of people, and something that we have been watching in terms of attractiveness over the past couple of days has been the NBA draft. Yeah, we were wondering how the Grizzlies are going to do, and by all standards, it seems like the Grizzlies did very well. In fact, so many people, not only locally but nationally, really like the first-round pick, Cedric Coward out of Washington State. Let's bring in someone more in the know about all of this. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by the radio voice of the Memphis Grizzlies, Eric Hasseltine, once again joining us to kind of give us a deep dive on this Grizzlies draft. So we have Cedric Coward. We got two guys last night. Let's see. We have Jemai Meshack and we have Javon Small, one out of West Virginia, one out of the University of Tennessee. First off, let's talk about Cedric Coward. Eric, what do you think? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, bud?
I'm doing okay. I'm trying to get everything all situated, and
Sure.
you're joining us at the right time because we've talked about it, we've seen the draft, and I just kind of want a little bit more because it feels like, Eric, that so many people are really excited about Cedric Coward, and there's got to be reason behind it. Tell me why.
Well, he's a very good shooter. He plays the passing lanes, and we didn't see a lot of him at Washington State. He battled an injury last year and didn't play a ton of basketball, but at Eastern Washington, he turned some heads, and he's a guy who rose up the boards. Obviously, his workouts, the things he did prior to the draft, made him a very desirable piece for a lot of teams in that middle range. A lot of people thought the Grizzlies would have the opportunity to get him with that 16th pick, but the Grizzlies front office felt like he might be gone and they didn't want to miss him. So when you make a move like that, it says a lot about how badly you felt like you wanted this guy and what you wanted him to do for your organization and bring him into the picture. So, they made the move and moved up in the draft 5 spots. They gave up a future first and a couple of second-round picks. And, that's, to me, if that's the guy you want and that's the price you have to pay, then you go get him. You don't worry about the 2028 draft at this point. It was a pick you had acquired in the Desmond Bane trade. And this pick you also acquired in the Desmond Bane trade, and you turned it into somebody that, by all accounts, Andrew, he's not Desmond Bane. He's not as physically strong upper body, but he does a lot of similar things. And when Desmond Bane got to the Grizzlies, he wasn't yet the Desmond Bane we knew and loved, and still love as he continues his journey with Orlando. But we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't know anything. He was a good shooter at TCU, and I don't think a lot of people probably knew a lot about Cedric before last Wednesday's draft. But now they do, and a lot of people are very excited about the picks. I thought they did a good job last night. You get a guy in Javon Small who's played a lot of point guard and can help you with the depth at that position. And Jemai Meshack is a guy that, obviously Tennessee fans are going to know. He was a big part of an excellent Volunteers team this year, and a guy that really hangs his hat on the defensive end of the floor. So I think they addressed their needs for wings and point guard in the draft, and there's still some time, obviously, with the free agent period. And I don't know that they're done taking phone calls yet, but I think they got 3 young men that they feel pretty comfortable moving forward with.
Yeah, it seems like, Eric, that they've really gone after their deficiencies, where they needed help. You got a
Sure.
defensive specialist there from the University of Tennessee, Jemai Mashak, and then Javon Small, point guard help. And then Cedric Coward, I'm hearing a couple of names comparing him to Kawhi Leonard. I mean, is that too big? You're hearing that as well. What do you think?
Man, I've heard everything, Andrew. I've heard what somebody said Kobe Bryant, somebody said LeBron James. I'm like, yo, I mean, like I want the guy to be great, but let's not put too much pressure on the young man's shoulders. Let him get a day at training camp in before we start throwing this stuff around. But that's the nature of this. You get guys in and people draft elite level college basketball players. They didn't get drafted because they were just okay. These guys are studs. And so you're going to always have that natural urge to compare them to somebody you've already seen. I'm a big believer in let the guys become who they are, and let guys, be the best Cedric Coward he could be, as opposed to, hey, try to be like Kawhi Leonard. Hey, try to be like this guy. I think that's an error a lot of people make, and you got to let him go be him. And the strengths are great. He's got a 7-foot wingspan. He can play the passing lanes. You can see the defensive prowess, obviously, in the highlight tapes. But I'm also a big believer that highlight tapes are just that. You're not going to put the moments where you struggle or the things that maybe you need to improve upon on a highlight tape. They're not going to talk about that during a draft coverage. So there's some things that people have had questions about. But, obviously, like I said, this guy was moving up the boards quickly, and the Grizzlies felt like he would not be there at their picks. So they made the move to go get him and make sure they got him into the mix. And that says exactly what they thought of the young man and what his capabilities are.
When you watch the NBA draft, how do you watch it? I mean, there's so many of us who are just like casual fans watching, getting all the hype. How do you watch it as the radio voice of the Grizzlies?
I'm looking at the competition in the West. I mean, obviously the East is part of the NBA, but when you see teams like Dallas and San Antonio picking 1 and 2, you're looking at, okay, how much better did they just get? Obviously, Dallas gets much better with Cooper Flag. I'm also listening to everybody talk about what a magical moment it is for every single family there. And it is, but that's part of the coverage, and that's the feel-good story everybody wants. And then all the analysts are going, oh, now they're instant contenders. I'm thinking about how do the Grizzlies match up with this team now with this young player. So take, for example, San Antonio, who goes and gets Dylan Harper, Ron Harper's son, really good guard. Match him with Stephon Castle, who won Rookie of the Year. What do they do now with their roster? They missed out on the Kevin Durant trade. Now he's going to Houston. So you start thinking about it like that. And I enjoy it. I mean, I actually just kind of sat quietly by myself and watched. I'm down here in Florida for my son who had a baseball tournament down here. So I just kind of excused myself from all the festivities and went to my place and watched it and just kind of relaxed and kind of took it all in. So I think it's a lot of fun to watch these young men live out their dreams, but I also watch to see what teams' mindsets are. I think we talked about the last time we spoke about Zach Edey and the injury. And here's a guy like Derek Queen, who's on the board at 11, and the Grizzlies moved up not to take Derek Queen. They moved up to take Cedric Coward. That says they feel pretty confident to me that Zach Edey's ankle is going to be just fine, that he'll be able to get back into the mix relatively quickly, because by all accounts, Derek Queen has a chance to be a very solid NBA big man, and they let him go, and he went within your division to New Orleans. I look at that pick for New Orleans and say, well, last year you took Yves Missi out of Baylor. He had a very solid rookie season. This year you're taking another center. Does that mean there's some moves to be made down there? How many bigs can you have at the same time? They still have Zion Williamson, the former #1 overall pick. What does this mean for those three? Are they going to split up the 96 minutes there? So I kind of look at it like that. And then I like seeing the good stories, the stories of guys like Cedric Coward, who started at a small institution, paid his way to college, worked his way up to Eastern Washington, worked his way up to Washington State. The guys who have the stories, the players that started somewhere else ended up going somewhere bigger and making a name for themselves. Stories like Derek White, who's now with the Celtics. Stories like Duncan Robinson, who's been with the Miami Heat, who finished his career at Michigan, but he was in a Division II or Division III school prior to that. Derek White, a Division II player that went to Colorado. Those are the things I like seeing, because it rewards young men's hard work. And I kind of laugh at all the cliche answers and, oh, I'm going to come in and I'm going to work really hard. And I kind of chuckle at that because I want to go, well, young fella, if you don't come in and work very hard, this league will eat you alive and it won't ask how you feel about it. And that's the part of it that I think these guys have to learn. It's a business and they will learn that very quickly.
100%, Eric. Next moves. Where do you see the Grizzlies moving next?
Boy, I wish I had an answer for that, Andrew. You know, I like being straight with you, but I think they are pretty set in who their core base is going to be with Ja and Jaren. I think they're going to be open to listening to anything that comes across the table. I, for one, did not expect the Desmond Bane trade. I was telling somebody last night, they asked, what did I see it coming? And I said, absolutely not. I figured they would be listening. And as much as we loved Desmond Bane, you got a bountiful, takeaway from that trade. You got two veteran players. If you want to shop them now, it's easier to shop them individually. And Bane's contract was such that when you got that offer, you just couldn't say no. So is somebody else going to come in and make an offer? I think, in my opinion, I would venture a guess that Ja and Jaren are totally off the table. Nobody can pry them away from the Grizzlies at this point. I think you've made your statement that that's the way you're moving forward in the future. But are there other pieces in the puzzle that may be able to be acquired by another team if the offer is right? I don't think they have to make a move. I think they have to figure some things out. They have to obviously get healthy. And Zach Kleiman is not one just to make a move to make a move. He's trying to do everything to look to building for the future, not just the year present, but the years coming ahead. I think when you start playing, hey, we're going to focus on 1 year and win right now, and that's all we're concerned about, and we'll deal with everything else next offseason, I think that sets you up for some potential disaster because you don't know when an injury is coming. You don't know when a player might have a situation where he's out for a year. You don't know if the harmony is going to be there, the chemistry is going to build. And if you just keep playing for that year ahead of you, I think you're doing your organization a disservice. And Zach Kleiman does not do that. He looks to the future. He looks to build a culture. And that's the other thing. I think they get guys in that they feel like really fit what they're wanting to do and how they're wanting to move forward. And that's the way you win basketball games in the NBA. Look, the Heat didn't just build a Heat culture saying, they actually built a culture. It is very real. I know people get tired of hearing that. The Thunder now have a culture. They went out and got a ton of draft picks over the years, didn't have guys that fit what they wanted, so they were willing to move off those draft picks and get later picks, but they took swings at guys. They hit on, Jalen Williams. They hit on Chet Holmgren with the number 2 pick. They got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in a trade, but the guys they sprinkled in after them are why they won the title, not those main 3. It's not always your superstar players. It's the guys filling the roles around them. If they can do it at a high level, that's what makes a super successful team.
Yeah, no question. The role players are huge. There's so much noise out there. Jaylen Brown, other free agents. Oh, they could be coming to the Grizzlies. Oh, top 3 or whatever. What do you tell Grizz Nation that's watching right now when it comes to perhaps the potential of more moves this offseason and as the new season gets ready to, kick off or tip off? What would you say, or at least summer ball?
I'd say don't be shocked by anything, but I would say if you looked at it right now and this was the roster you were going to go into training camp with, remember that this team won 48 games last year. Yes, they faltered down the stretch. Yes, they got swept by the eventual world champions. And in that I say, had it not been for an injury to Ja Morant, I don't think they get swept. I think they win 1, maybe 2 games, but they had an injury. I think you cross your fingers and you hope for good health next year because I've yet to see another team go through what the Grizzlies have kind of suffered through the last 3-4 years. They have not had a healthy roster come playoff time since they beat Minnesota in the first round. And even after that, Ja got banged up. So you need guys available. And I would just say keep a positive mental outlook on it. Trust that they feel comfortable with Tuomas Asalo as the new head coach. Trust that they feel comfortable with the roster they have constructed. And know that the West is a gauntlet. Don't be quick to just hit the panic button if you go through a stretch and you have a really difficult run of games if you go 2-4 or 2-5. I don't think anybody's just going to blatantly run away with the West. Yes, the Thunder did that this year and won 68 games in the regular season. I don't know that that's going to happen next year. They are going to be now not only the hunted, they are the top dog, the top prize, whatever you want to call it. Everybody's coming after them. And that's a different mentality than what they entered this year with. People knew they were good. People now know they're world champions. And that's what happened with Denver. Denver came out, they won a title, and everybody threw everything they could at them to test their team and see where they were at. So I would say patience is a virtue. I would say it's not easy to be patient as a sports fan. It's almost impossible. Enjoy summer league action. Don't put too much stock in it. I'm not looking for wins and losses in summer league. I'm looking to see how guys compete. What's your level of drive? You're in Vegas, you're in Salt Lake City, whatever it may be. What are you focused on? I remember the year Taylor Jenkins took over in 2019. I was out with the team that entire 12-day stretch, and watching Brandon Clark when he was finally cleared to play, I remember saying, this dude's different. This dude goes after it. He's going to go out and try to just, hammer whoever's in front of him. And I remember his quote to me was, hey, it's not like I'm playing Kevin Garnett or like an all-star out here at Summer League, but if you put me on the court, I'm going to try to dominate whoever I play. I want to see that type of mentality. If you're out there and you're just like, oh, it's just Summer League, it doesn't matter, that's not a good sign to me. So those are the things I think you watch for. I don't think that those guys would make a Grizzlies draft selection if you had the interview process and found that out about a character. I don't think that he would be wearing a Grizzly jersey come Summer League or come in October. And, we're going to start counting down the days. It's an interesting stretch through July where you're getting ready for the NFL season. You see the NBA Summer League, then we get NFL preseason, and you get the first 3-4 weeks of the season. Before we know it, we're going to be having media day, and training camp starts on that Tuesday after that, and we're going to get to see these guys in action.
Right, looking forward to that. Eric, always appreciate the deep dive, the download on everything Grizzlies. We appreciate your time. Thanks for taking time out of your vacation to come talk to us.
Andrew, I'd do anything for you, my friend.
Well, listen, I look forward to getting together with you again soon, off camera, just.
Absolutely, buddy. Turns out I have a little free time till October, so hit me up.
Good. Maybe we can watch the summer game together. Who knows?
Love to.
Okay. Take care of yourself. Thank you.
See you, bud.
All right. Another live look from our high five camera here. Downtown Memphis, our new camera. New angle here. You can see the skyline. You can see the pyramid, the bridge, Mississippi River, all of that. Let's talk about our forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, a variably cloudy sky as we go through the course of the day. Morning 70s will continue their upward trend towards the low and mid 90s this afternoon. A couple spotty downpours, but not everybody getting wet. Southwest of the breeze is coming in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. A lot of things going on this weekend. Maybe you got some plans, or if you don't, maybe you want to head over to see some fireworks in West Memphis at Tilden Rogers Park. Freedom Fest going on here this evening, 5 to 9. Temperatures in the upper 80s at 5 o'clock, easing down to the low 80s by 9. And yeah, still a chance of a stray shower, but many of you will probably get away with the time frame dry. There will still be a few scattered downpours here and there as we go through the course of the afternoon and early evening. Temperatures will top out generally in the low to mid 90s. Good thing is that we're not talking about the feels like temperatures going too far above 105 in most instances here today, but still plenty hot if you're not seeing a shower or thunderstorm to cool you off. Showers and storms will tend to fade away as we head through the early evening hours. That's about 6 o'clock in the evening. Again, partly clear skies. Temperatures starting off on your Saturday morning with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A little better chance for widely spaced showers and storms. Notice a lot of you may get away with without much fanfare as we head towards the afternoon hours of your Saturday. So if you got pool plans, I think you're mostly in good shape, but you can't rule it out that you could find yourself with some widely spaced showers and thunderstorms through the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. These showers and storms may have a little bit of staying power past sunset. We'll do the whole process over again, and the coverage may be a little greater heading into your Sunday with temperatures that will top out upper 80s to near 90 degrees going into Sunday, as a front slips a little farther down to the south and eventually fades away. And guess what? It'll be a lather, rinse, repeat situation that will take us into the early portions of next week. I want you to stay weather aware with this. Of course, if you have outdoor plans here the next couple of days, there will be chances for rain and storms. Will it be a constant situation? Absolutely not. But will you have to tangle with some showers and storms? If you are outside, it's a possibility. And remember, if you can hear thunder, that means that lightning is close enough that could hit you. So if you hear thunder, head indoors. Of course, showers and storms will be part of the story. The interactive radar there on the app is going to be your friend. Spotty opportunities here today, more widely scattered for Saturday, and then just scattered downpours off and on as we head through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as a frontal boundary sluggishly works its way through the area. And that's as a ridge of high pressure that has been dominating our weather pattern in the last couple of days starts to nudge farther off to the east, off of the eastern seaboard. And eventually the Gulf moisture starts to filter in behind that, and a couple of fronts to come along with it as well. Well, all of that will facilitate better chances for rain and storms. Notice again, even on to Monday, some scattered downpours. Lull in the activity for the morning hours. The afternoon gets a little bit more active, and do it all over again on Wednesday. Though the front on Wednesday may be a little farther to the south as drier air, northerly breezes tries to get in here. You'll see actually a dip in our humidity levels ever so slightly as we head into that time frame. So there's some indication here, once we get past a little dip here today, that after the next couple of days of being pretty steamy, there may be another dip that comes in here through the mid portion of next week, and that will bring us a better chance for some drier air. Briefly, at least. And you'll see that with the overnight low temperatures dipping into the upper 60s and low 70s by the mid portion of next week. In the meantime, though, spotty downpour chances for today. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. Keep it going as we head through the weekend off and on. High temperatures again, low to mid 90s here tomorrow. I think Sunday may be upper 80s to low 90s, just depending on if and when shower and storm chances are able to move into your backyard. Scattered downpours to continue Monday and Tuesday. A little drier scenario to play out Wednesday. It just depends on how quickly the front can work its way down to the south. Spotty opportunities beyond that as we head into the end of next week. Of course, we've got several fireworks displays going on next Thursday and Friday. Temperatures low in mid 90s. You get the idea. The heat's going to crank back up as a new ridge develops out of Mexico and starts building into the southeastern U.S. That'll help to push the temperatures up and the rain chances back down as we head through that time frame.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. A construction wave is sweeping across the U.S., and it's fueled by a number of different things. It's fueled by AI, it's fueled by onshore construction, infrastructure upgrades, and the urgent need for affordable housing. I want to talk to someone more about this boom that we're seeing, this development boom, and how we can all get involved. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Nolik Forrest. She is a corporate affairs officer with AmRise. Nolik, good to see you, and tell me a little bit more about this boom headed our way. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. As you mentioned, there was about a $2 trillion investment in the U.S. annually to basically support the construction momentum that's going on. And we really see three long-term trends that are driving this. One of them is the modernization of infrastructure, with a lot of infrastructure that can be up to 100 years old across the US. But also in the commercial market, what we're seeing is advanced manufacturing really coming back to the US. And we're building factories. For instance, in Tennessee, we're right now part of building the Ford Blue Oval battery plant. But also we see chip factories, data centers, warehouses, distribution centers. It's just really booming across the nation. And in the residential market, there is a 5 million housing gap in the US that really needs to be bridged. But also the building stock is about 40 years old on average. So there's a huge opportunity to retrofit a lot of homes to make them future-proof so that, our families are safe.
That's a lot of good news, Nolig. I mean, you mentioned everything there, this building boom that's hitting the U.S. How can people here in Memphis and the Mid-South get involved?
Well, I think that Amrise is coming to the market serving a whole range of construction projects, from the new Tennessee Titans football stadium to factories like the Ford battery plant. I think what's important is to make sure that you use the most advanced building solutions so that you're future-proofing everything you build for today, but also for tomorrow. So Amrise is here to be your partner of choice.
And tell us a little bit more about Amrise.
So Amrise is going to be the largest building solutions company that is 100% focused on the North American market, so focused on the US and Canada. We are going to be providing building solutions as a partner of choice to professional builders, from foundation to rooftop, so from concrete all the way to advanced roofing systems and wall systems and decking. And we really are serving all construction markets, from infrastructure to residential, commercial, new build, repair and refurbishment. And we have 1,000 facilities across the region so that we can serve customers in every single state. So we really want to be the partner of choice for professional builders.
So we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here in the Memphis area. So that's West Tennessee, that's Eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi. Anything else you'd like to mention to those folks who are watching right now?
Well, I think that Amrise is going to be the local-to-local building partner of choice. So we're here for all of your building needs, from schools to homes to highways and bridges. We're here to make sure that we can advance the built environment to improve everybody's lives. So reach out to Amrise if you have any building need.
Okay, Nolig Forrest, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There's always a lot of chatter about cryptocurrency, new coins, perhaps some investments out there. On the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I also want to talk about some scams. There are some scams out there, and we want to talk about them so you don't get ripped off. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Ali Tager. She is with the nonprofit National Cryptocurrency Association to talk a little bit about cryptocurrency and some scams out there. Ali, where do we begin? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Perfect timing. It's Internet Safety Month, and the National Cryptocurrency Association is out here helping everyday Americans learn how to navigate the crypto landscape safely and responsibly. Unfortunately, we know that there are scammers and fraudsters in every market, and protecting yourself really comes down to practicing smart online habits, and security should always be top of mind. So excited to share more with you about some common scams and safety habits.
Yeah, so Ali, I understand there's a new study out there that talks specifically about this issue. Give me the highlights from it, please.
Yeah, we just did the largest ever study of crypto holders in America. We met with 10,000 crypto holders who come from all walks of life. They come from all genders, generations, regions across the country, industries and income brackets. And more than 3/4 of them are actually seeing really positive results from using cryptocurrency. They are seeing financial gains, they're seeing a sense of achievement, learning and development opportunities, and a sense of fun and excitement. Very, very few of them have had negative experiences, and even fewer of those have been scam or fraud related. But unfortunately, we know that scams are pervasive in every corner of the internet. We see phishing scams where people try to get you to click on random links in social media posts, texts, or emails. We see pump and dump schemes where groups band together to artificially hype up prices of coins and then leave others holding the bag. And then we see fraudsters impersonate friends, loved ones, trusted institutions to try and get you to send them cryptocurrency. So it's really important that you're being wary of all of this, that you are not sharing your information with anyone you don't know, and that you're keeping your private crypto keys like your PIN and password super safe and secure.
Yeah, that's just a good practice for any business, any kind of investment, no matter if it's cryptocurrency or not, where there's constantly scammers trying to get into your personal information online, what have you. So let's talk about some of those top crypto scams that you and your organization is seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately named pig butchering, which is just as horrible as it sounds. That's when someone pretends to build a relationship with you over time before they start to pressure you to send them sometimes smaller increments and then larger increments of cryptocurrency. We see this with online dating all the time. There's also giveaway scams where people will say, oh, if you send me just a small amount of crypto, I will send you even more back. And so it's really important that you are wary of any urgency or pressure tactics. If someone's trying to get you to send them crypto very quickly, it has a limited time offer. It's really important that you're not clicking on random links or trusting anyone that you don't know. You don't want to take financial advice from a stranger. You certainly don't want to send them your money. And when it comes to crypto, transactions are final. They can't be reversed. And so general rule of thumb, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is.
Oh, yeah, that is always a general good rule of thumb. Where can we get some more information about scams to watch for, good health practices on the internet, that sort of thing?
Of course, the National Cryptocurrency Association is a one-stop shop to learn more about what crypto is, how it works, and how to stay safe. So encourage everyone to go to nca.org to learn more.
Okay, Ali Tager with the National Cryptocurrency Association. Appreciate the time on the digital desk. Valuable information for so many of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, a variably cloudy sky as we go through the course of the day. Morning 70s will continue their upward trend towards the low and mid 90s this afternoon. A couple spotty downpours, but not everybody getting wet. Southwesterly breezes coming in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. A lot of things going on this weekend. Maybe you got some plans, or if you don't, maybe you want to head over to see some fireworks in West Memphis at Tilden Rogers Park. Freedom Fest going on here this evening, 5 to 9. Temperatures in the upper 80s at 5 o'clock, easing down to the low 80s by 9. And yeah, still a chance of a stray shower, but many of you will probably get away with the time frame dry. There will still be a few scattered downpours here and there as we go through the course of the afternoon and early evening. Temperatures will top out generally in the low to mid 90s. Good thing is that we're not talking about the feels like temperatures going too far above 105 in most instances here today, but still plenty hot if you're not seeing a shower or thunderstorm to cool you off. Showers and storms will tend to fade away as we head through the early evening hours. That's about 6 o'clock in the evening. Again, partly clear skies. Temperatures starting off on your Saturday morning with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A little better chance for widely spaced showers and storms. Notice a lot of you may get away without much fanfare as we head towards the afternoon hours of your Saturday. So if you got pool plans, I think you're mostly in good shape, but you can't rule it out that you could find yourself with some widely spaced showers and thunderstorms through the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. These showers and storms may have a little bit of staying power past sunset. We'll do the whole process over again, and the coverage may be a little greater heading into your Sunday with temperatures that will top out upper 80s to near 90 degrees going into Sunday, as a front slips a little farther down to the south and eventually fades away. And guess what? It'll be a lather, rinse, repeat situation that will take us into the early portions of next week. I want you to stay weather aware with this. Of course, if you have outdoor plans here the next couple of days, there will be chances for rain and storms. Will it be a constant situation? Absolutely not. But will you have to tangle with some showers and storms? If you are outside, it's a possibility. And remember, if you can hear thunder, that means that lightning is close enough that could hit you. So if you hear thunder, head indoors. Of course, showers and storms will be part of the story. The interactive radar there on the app is going to be your friend. Spotty opportunities here today, more widely scattered for Saturday, and then just scattered downpours off and on as we head through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as a frontal boundary sluggishly works its way through the area. And that's as a ridge of high pressure that has been dominating our weather pattern in the last couple of days starts to nudge farther off to the east, off of the eastern seaboard. And eventually the Gulf moisture starts to filter in behind that, and a couple of fronts to come along with it as well. Well, all of that will facilitate better chances for rain and storms. Notice again, even on to Monday, some scattered downpours. Lull in the activity for the morning hours. The afternoon gets a little bit more active, and do it all over again on Wednesday. Though the front on Wednesday may be a little farther to the south as drier air, northerly breezes tries to get in here. You'll see actually a dip in our humidity levels ever so slightly as we head into that time frame. So there's some indication here, once we get past a little dip here today, that after the next couple of days of being pretty steamy, there may be another dip that comes in here through the mid portion of next week, and that'll bring us a better chance for some drier air. Briefly, at least. And you'll see that with the overnight low temperatures dipping into the upper 60s and low 70s by the mid portion of next week. In the meantime, though, yeah, spotty downpour chances for today. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. Keep it going as we head through the weekend off and on. High temperatures again, low to mid 90s here tomorrow. I think Sunday may be upper 80s to low 90s, just depending on if and when shower and storm chances are able to move into your backyard. Scattered downpours to continue Monday and Tuesday. A little drier scenario to play out Wednesday. It just depends on how quickly the front can work its way down to the south. Spotty opportunities beyond that as we head into the end of next week. Of course, we've got several fireworks displays going on next Thursday and Friday. Temperatures low in mid 90s. You get the idea. The heat's going to crank back up as a new ridge develops out of Mexico and starts building into the southeastern U.S. That'll help to push the temperatures up and the rain chances back down as we head through that time frame.
Good morning. Welcome back to the News 5 digital desk. Cancer rates in young women are rising at an alarming rate. Get this stat here. According to a recent report, and this is from the American Cancer Society, women under the age of 50, okay, they have an 82% higher cancer incidence rate than men. Crazy, crazy stat there. And black women have a 38% higher risk of dying from breast cancer than their counterpart. Let's bring in a couple of women here to talk about these issues right now. I'm joined by Dr. Amanda R. Hathaway and Lachey, a cancer survivor. Good morning, ladies, to you both. I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Dr. Hathaway, I want to begin with you. Can you expand on this study from the American Cancer Society that shows cancer rates in young women under 50 are skyrocketing? What is happening here? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Yeah, it is alarming, and it's something that we see in trends just in the office, that ages are getting younger and younger. We do know, and what I tell my patients all the time, is that there's not one thing that makes someone develop cancer. It's kind of a potion or a soup where there's a lot of different ingredients. We know genetics play a role into it, and so when people have a strong family history, they are at higher risk. We know that lifestyle plays a role into it, and those that are more sedentary do have a higher chance of breast cancer. We know that hormones play a big role in breast cancer development, but also just our surroundings and exposures. But yes, it is very alarming that it's happening younger and younger.
I totally agree. Lachey, over to you. Tell us briefly about your experience and what exactly happened.
Yeah, so I felt a lump in my breast, and because I was an athlete my whole life and I've been strength training, I thought that it was initially some sort of muscle. But yeah, I went to my doctor immediately when I noticed that it persisted and it grew. And I got an ultrasound, a mammogram, and yes, it was breast cancer. It was stage 2B, hormone positive, HER2 negative breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence. And I was just so shocked because I was only 26 years old. And usually breast cancer is diagnosed in much older people. And so I was like, wow. And I immediately went into fight mode and I started advocating. And that's why I'm so happy that I'm partnering with Eli Lilly, because I'm able to spread this message even more and motivate more young people to just understand what's going on with their bodies and get to know their bodies so they can advocate for themselves and catch anything that may be happening early.
Well, I love that smile. Every picture we're showing of you, Lachey, you're just smiling away. I mean, to be diagnosed with cancer at 26, what an unbelievable, life-changing diagnosis. Dr. Hathaway, back over to you. So, you know, we've talked about these issues. Is there any way to be proactive where people can, you know, change, I don't know, diet habits to stave off something like this? Or is it important to just have annual exams with your pediatrician or with your doctor, your main doctor every year? I mean, is it a combination? What do you have to say to our audience?
It's definitely a combination of those things. And so there have been studies that show in women who are at high risk of breast cancer, an hour a day, 5 days a week of aerobic exercise cuts the risk of breast cancer development by 57%. We know people who drink excessively with alcohol are at higher risk. We know that those who live a sedentary lifestyle, so even if you're exercising but then spend the rest of your time in front of the television, there's a higher risk of that. And then we know that a lot of the foods that we eat, processed foods, refined sugars, do increase the risk of breast cancer development. But even without any of those risk factors, what I tell my patients is it's very important to know your body. So if you do recognize something abnormal, you can bring it to your doctor's attention, because the earlier we catch it, the better our outcomes are.
Good advice there. Lachey, any advice from your perspective?
Yes, I would just say, just to piggyback off what Dr. Hathaway said, you have to know your body and advocate for your own healthcare, because I found my breast cancer by doing self-breast exams. It was because I knew something was off and I acted very quickly that I was able to catch this early and have such a great outcome. Right now, I'm cancer-free and it's just a great feeling. And so I'm very happy to be here, and I just want everyone to advocate for their health. And if you have any questions, you can head over to lilly.com. That's LILLY.com.
Okay, well, listen, ladies, we appreciate your conversation on a very important topic. Thanks for your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a story on Chalkbeat, chalkbeat.org. It is a nonprofit that focuses solely on education in Tennessee and across the country. And there is a story about a chance of Tennessee students missing out on some of those summer food benefits that happen each and every year. And there are some changes, and there are some Tennessee students that are missing out on some of that. Let's talk to the reporter with Chalkbeat that was focused on this story here. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Melissa Brown, who wrote this story. Most underserved Tennessee students will miss out on its summer food benefits program. Melissa, good morning to you. Tell us a little bit about this story and why this is happening.
Good morning. Right. So around 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, the USDA expanded a program that had kind of been in the works for several years. At the time, it was called Pandemic EBT. Now it's known as Sunbucks. And this federal program provided kids who were eligible for free and reduced price lunch or were on Medicaid or other kind of benefit programs. Those kids would get $40 in grocery benefits every month in the summer. And the program was designed to help bridge the gap between school years, or when kids were out of school during the pandemic, because a lot of kids rely on school meals, and their families may have difficulty paying for groceries, and advocates realized there were food scarcity issues, and these kids really needed help getting fed. And so, though this program was being developed well before the pandemic, it really took off under the Biden administration in 2020, when there were a lot of kids out of school. And then the program kept getting extended because people realized how effective it was at filling a need for hungry kids. And so between 2020 and 2024, Tennessee participated in the program, which meant that around 650,000 to 700,000 kids in Tennessee were receiving about $120 per summer. This was directly kind of in grocery benefits. The state, under Governor Bill Lee's administration, last year decided that they would no longer participate in the program and have opted out for 2025. So this large population of Tennessee students, Tennessee kids, are no longer getting those benefits.
Now, my understanding is, Melissa, that there are some students across Tennessee, perhaps in some of those rural areas of Tennessee, that are getting some sort of food benefit program sometime this summer, but a large portion in Davidson and especially in Shelby County here in the Memphis area are not. And it's hard for me to understand exactly why this is happening. You mentioned, that this is, I guess, a COVID era program that's going away, but I would think there'd be other opportunities or other ways to make sure that this summer, bridging the gap program is available, or at least can be funded in some form or fashion, right?
Right. Well, it did expand extensively during kind of the thick of the pandemic. But in Washington, D.C., lawmakers decided, hey, this is an effective program from their perspective. And so they made it permanent. So even though we're not necessarily, in the thick of the COVID-19 pandemic anymore, if states opt in, they can continue this program permanently. Governor Lee's administration chose not to continue the program, and they cited two reasons for that. They first said the administrative costs. So, though the majority of the costs are paid by the federal government, the states have to pay a little bit of administrative costs. So, for example, last year, the state paid around $5 million to draw down around $75 million in federal benefits. So the state, said we don't want to do that anymore. And then Governor Lee's office also said that the program was quote unquote duplicative and that the state already had some programs in place that do the same thing. And that's not exactly accurate. There are some summer feeding programs that exist. You might see in-person meal pickups that local churches and community organizations participate in. But there was actually some pushback against Governor Lee's decision not to continue this program. And so the state kind of quickly developed its own program, and they're now paying $3 million to provide similar benefits in 15 rural counties that don't necessarily have those kind of meal pickup options. And so they said that, they would provide those benefits, continue to provide those benefits for kids in those counties. But when you think about it, the state is now paying $3 million to run this much smaller program, which is serving around 25,000 kids in those 15 counties. When before it was paying $5 million to serve anywhere from 650,000 to 700,000 kids. So right now the state is actually spending more per child while leaving a lot of children out of the program.
Yeah, it's disappointing to see that, and certainly, it feels like that Memphis and Shelby County kids here in our area are left out of this program. What are some of these areas doing? I know the Mid-South Food Bank is certainly busy here. I mean, they service 31 counties across 3 states, but are there any other organizations reaching out to kind of fill this gap?
Yeah, I think you see a lot. Memphis Shelby County Schools had sort of a summer nutrition page, and they said there was around 100 organizations that had sort of banded together to help provide snacks and meals, which is clearly filling like a much needed space in Memphis and Shelby County. Some advocates say this is just a little more inefficient than providing direct grocery benefits. Some of the feeding or meal pickup spots are only open like an hour. And if you've got a single mom who's working and can't get her kids to the meal spot, or maybe people have transportation issues, it's a little more difficult than kind of getting those direct grocery benefits. But there are definitely community organizations who are working hard this summer to try to fill this need. I know a lot of YMCAs across Tennessee are doing sort of like 7-day meal food pickup packs, so you can kind of do it once a week, and that's a little better than having to go every day. We actually built at Chalkbeat, Tennessee, a tool for families in Memphis and Shelby County that has a map of all feeding locations. It includes opening times, closing times, which days they're running, which days they're off. So if families are looking for the best spot to find a lunch or a snack near them, they can go to Chalkbeat, Tennessee and find that map.
Fantastic. So, Melissa, you beat me to it. I wanted to let our audience know how to access your specific article and that map that you were just mentioning.
Yeah, definitely. You can go to chalkbeat.org/Tennessee and find the stories there. Or you can find them on Chalkbeat Tennessee's social media. And yeah, we just built that map. We want it to be a resource for the community, for people who might be looking for the best spot to pick up breakfast or lunch this summer until schools start back.
Okay, Melissa Brown, Chalkbeat reporter based in Nashville. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you for explaining the issue, the situation, and a map to really kind of help some people out there. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
You got it.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Friday morning, a variably cloudy sky as we go through the course of the day. Morning 70s will continue their upward trend towards the low and mid 90s this afternoon. A couple spotty downpours, but not everybody getting wet. Southwest of the breezes coming in around 5 to 10 miles per hour. A lot of things going on this weekend. Maybe you got some plans, or if you don't, maybe you want to head over to see some fireworks in West Memphis at Tilden Rogers Park. Freedom Fest going on here this evening, 5 to 9. Temperatures in the upper 80s at 5 o'clock, easing down to the low 80s by 9. And yeah, still a chance of a stray shower, but many of you will probably get away with the time frame dry. There will still be a few scattered downpours here and there as we go through the course of the afternoon and early evening. Temperatures will top out generally in the low to mid 90s. Good thing is that we're not talking about the feels like temperatures going too far above 105 in most instances here today, but still plenty hot if you're not seeing a shower or thunderstorm to cool you off. Showers and storms will tend to fade away as we head through the early evening hours. That's about 6 o'clock in the evening. Again, partly clear skies. nice temperatures starting off on your Saturday morning with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A little better chance for widely spaced showers and storms. Notice a lot of you may get away without much fanfare as we head towards the afternoon hours of your Saturday. So if you got pool plans, I think you're mostly in good shape, but you can't rule it out that you could find yourself with some widely spaced showers and thunderstorms through the course of the afternoon and early evening hours. These showers and storms may have a little bit of staying power past sunset. We'll do the whole process over again, and the coverage may be a little greater heading into your Sunday with temperatures that will top out upper 80s to near 90 degrees going into Sunday, as a front slips a little farther down to the south and eventually fades away. And guess what? It'll be a lather, rinse, repeat situation that will take us into the early portions of next week. I want you to stay weather aware with this. Of course, if you have outdoor plans here the next couple of days, there will be chances for rain and storms. Will it be a constant situation? Absolutely not. But will you have to tangle with some showers and storms? If you are outside, it's a possibility. And remember, if you can hear thunder, that means that lightning is close enough that could hit you. So if you hear thunder, head indoors. Of course, showers and storms will be part of the story. The interactive radar there on the app is going to be your friend. Spotty opportunities here today, more widely scattered for Saturday, and then just scattered downpours off and on as we head through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as a frontal boundary sluggishly works its way through the area. And that's as a ridge of high pressure that has been dominating our weather pattern in the last couple of days starts to nudge farther off to the east, off of the eastern seaboard. And eventually the Gulf moisture starts to filter in behind that, and a couple of fronts to come along with it as well. Well, all of that will facilitate better chances for rain and storms. Notice again, even on to Monday, some scattered downpours. Lull in the activity for the morning hours. The afternoon gets a little bit more active, and do it all over again on Wednesday. Though the front on Wednesday may be a little farther to the south as drier air, northerly breezes tries to get in here. You'll see actually a dip in our humidity levels ever so slightly as we head into that time frame. So there's some indication here, once we get past a little dip here today, that after the next couple of days of being pretty steamy, there may be another dip that comes in here through the mid portion of next week, and that will bring us a better chance for some drier air. Briefly, at least. And you'll see that with the overnight low temperatures dipping into the upper 60s and low 70s by the mid portion of next week. In the meantime, though, spotty downpour chances for today. A mixture of clouds and sunshine. Keep it going as we head through the weekend off and on. High temperatures again, low to mid 90s here tomorrow. I think Sunday may be upper 80s to low 90s, just depending on if and when shower and storm chances are able to move into your backyard. Scattered downpours to continue Monday and Tuesday. A little drier scenario to play out Wednesday. It just depends on how quickly the front can work its way down to the south. Spotty opportunities beyond that as we head into the end of next week. Of course, we've got several fireworks displays going on next Thursday and Friday. Temperatures low in mid 90s. You get the idea. The heat's going to crank back up as a new ridge develops out of Mexico and starts building into the southeastern U.S. That'll help to push the temperatures up and the rain chances back down as we head through that time frame.
Okay, that does it for us here with the Action News 5 digital desk. We got Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour. It'll be Ariana Poindexter, Jerry Askin. They'll take you through the next hour with all your news headlines and your forecast for not only today, but for the weekend. And then join me once again bright and early Monday morning. We start at 7 o'clock for another edition of the Digital Desk. We are on actionnews5.com, our free news app, all of our digital platforms like Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, and Roku. And you can watch us on television, digital channel 5.3 or 907 on Xfinity. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk.